Top of the morning, traders, and welcome to the most value-packed live trading show where we live trade breakdown charts, cover impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled week. If you're a first-time viewer, long-time viewer, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Market is looking to open up near all-time highs after we did get some major red folder catalyst. So off the open, guys, let the market digest the data. We had NFP, we had unemployment rate. At 10 o'clock, we have consumer sentiment. So let the market digest the data. The usual protocol at this time is ramp down Friday. So look to size down, look to capitalize off a couple of opportunities. Don't have the urgency to trade. All right, if you're green, protect your green. If this is your first time being green and a long time, right, the challenge remains since Wednesday, right? You don't have to take anything, size all the way down, or unless it's A+, don't touch it. Because at the end of the day, at the end of the week, you want to sail into the weekend with your green. Okay, you want to sail into your weekend with your green. That's gonna be that's gonna do tremendous things for your psychology. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Right off the bat, we are seeing down pushing to the upside. We are seeing the down push to the upside. We are seeing Walmart right out the gate pushing. Tesla starting to push. Tesla, nice retest of that dead upside breaker, 415.83. We're seeing Amazon starting to slide to the downside, so keep a close eye on Amazon, like we discussed here just a few minutes ago. Meta not doing much there. Google starting to push. So Walmart and Tesla out the gate pushing, out the gate pumping. Apple trying to make a new all-time high as well. Microsoft falling off a cliff. Amazon falling off a cliff. We're seeing the Qs trading below VWAP. IW continues to be at VWAP. So all the names are basically near their VWAP. All right, so let this thing open up. Let me know in the chat, guys. What are you trading after 10 o'clock or before 10 o'clock? After 10 o'clock, before 10 o'clock. Let's get our opening range and we will decide. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Let's take a look at the chat. Good morning and happy Friday. Smash the like button and you can, when you come in, please. God bless you, Jordan, and your family. In the name of Jesus, I send an army of angels and spiritual fire to protect you. Amen, Fishman. God bless you too. God bless everyone, guys. Tesla paying big this week. Absolutely, Tesla. Nvidia, that was nice this week as well. Good morning, Jimmy. Good morning, Justin. Good morning, Mr. Brewster. If Tesla holds 410, yep, critical. NFP payroll got cooked. Good morning, Good morning, Calvin. Good morning, Flyer. Good morning. Good morning, Venus. Grand Rising. Good morning. All right, so let's see what takes place, guys. We're going to wait. Keep in mind, 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is, at 10 o'clock, we do have some more data. At 10 o'clock, we have some more data. We have qualitative data, which is the consumer sentiment, all right, which is not based on any numbers. It's just survey-based, but it still has an impact on the market. Consumer sentiment and inflation expectations from the University of Michigan. All-time highs on QQQ. Okay, 701.23. So it looks like the Qs are catching up to SPY. All right. At some point in time, was a huge spread between the Q's price and SPY's price, and both the Q's and SPY. Okay, if the Q's close above 700, that's a huge number. Good morning, Zed. Good morning. So Nvidia, okay, Nvidia's been good to us all week. So keeping a close eye on Nvidia. So let me know, what time are you guys trading, team? Good morning, Santos. After 10 for sure. I had a great week. I want to keep it 100%, guys. For those of you who had a great week, right, again, you're dismissed. You can be done for the week, especially if it's your first green week in a long time. All right? The last thing, I'm not trying to fearmonger here, but I'm just trying to proactively remind you, right, at some point in time, this stream is going to end. It's going to pass. And you're going to be reviewing your trades. All right, when you're reviewing your trades, you want to review from a place of confidence. Right? You don't want to review from a place of, I was there, but Friday came around and I wanted some more. And then I didn't want this, and then eventually it opened me up. And then now I'm trying to do. So very, very important that you think like that, guys, and you just exercise caution. Okay. Especially for the ones, Nvidia's out the gate. Nvidia, Apple, Tesla, okay, all are going to be on my watch. And of course, Nvidia, Apple, Tesla, okay, for the calls potentially when the time comes, when the shockwave hour comes. And Amazon for the puts when the shockwave hour comes. That's what I'm looking at so far. Those are some early candidates. Just an observation. Yesterday on Apple, shockwave 5 gave a call notification. 4 of them gave Scale on notifications, 2 of them went TP or higher. Good. Beautiful. I'm probably going to need, if anyone wants to volunteer as a Shockwave captain, all right? I know we have a few captains. I'm looking to fortify our community, guys. So we're gonna have to get more people to. If there's any captains interested, so let me know. Send me a DM. Look at this, guys. So this is the 3rd consecutive day. Okay, 3rd consecutive day. Amazon, yep, Amazon. Amazon is near prior day's lows. See if we can close below that. Apple made all-time highs. Nvidia continues to push. Walmart continues to push. Tesla continues to push. So between those 4, to the upside. If you're a bull, look at those charts. If you're a bear, look at Amazon's chart. Okay. In the meantime, I'm waiting. Q's a retest at 701.23. I'm waiting until Shockwave time comes in. And today is the last day to get Shockwave at this price, guys. So make sure to lock in, get that lifetime access to Shockwave. Use the code now. All right. So I did make the QR codes available on the stream at the very top, so you can just scan it if you want to join the community and get Shockwave. So it's very simple. Okay, Amazon is trying to get below that 270.45, which is that daily downside breaker. So in this case, the Qs are ripping to the upside and the Dow's dipping to the downside. Okay, the Qs are ripping to the upside, all-time highs. The Dow's dipping to the downside. SPY, all-time highs on SPY are above that 736.12. 736.12 is at all-time high territory. Okay, it's all-time high territory. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. I want to do a giveaway today. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to like as you're coming in. Absolutely, Artem. I got an enemy from Tesla yesterday. I'm at Meta. Hey, Meta. Yeah, Meta. Couldn't get it going yesterday on Meta. Apple, dead upside breaker retest, 292.12. 292.12 Apple retest. Nvidia's out of here, guys. Nvidia's at 215 territory. Okay, Nvidia's at the 215 territory. Apple. Okay. Key zone on Apple. Right here. Retest zone. Okay, RZ, retest zone. So Apple retest zone, 292.13, 291.61. Nvidia might be the MVP for this week. So we caught Nvidia every day, except yesterday. Nvidia, PMH and dead upside breaker are one level. They are one. Nvidia retest. PMH in the dead upside breaker, 214.23 territory. Tesla. Tesla zone is a little wider, about a $2 spread in this key zone. Okay, PMH in the dead upside breaker. Keeping a close eye on Tesla. Okay, so those alerts are set for the ones that went. And Amazon. AMZN, ticker symbol AMZN. Okay, Amazon. Retrace reject zone is pretty big, but this is the area. Okay, so the alerts are set, so we'll at least get notified. If you did take those names already, congratulations. If you'd like to trade the first few minutes of the day. If you're waiting for Shockwave, continue to wait. Qs, retest on Q 701.23, which is crazy to say. On the Qs, 701.23. So the names that are taken off now, guys, we did discuss, folks on YouTube, in the pre-market especially, Amazon. Let's go back to SPY. SPY is flirting with that daily open. Good morning. Let's get the likes up as you're coming in. I haven't had a green week since January, so the goal is next week, okay, to get you a green week. All right. So again, what are some things that you're doing right? What are some things that you can clean up? If it's just a game of the trade's not working in your favor and you're managing risk, then it's a matter of time. I know it's frustrating, but we have to approach it from a systematic. We have to have a systematic approach. Okay. SPY is below that daily open. See what kind of interaction we get off that level. So is this the first time we dip into the gap? We have a massive gap up. So three major gap ups this week. All right, two of the three. All right, the third one being today. 2 of the 3, we didn't even dip into it. We just opened up, didn't even touch anything in that level, didn't even get into the jaws of the gap, and we completely ripped. All right, so does that continue, or do we, for the first time, see some selling that leads us into the jaws of the gap? Okay. That TOG's right here. TOG is top of the gap. We're in the jaws of the gap up from this morning. Or in the jaws of the gap up. I want to take off the EMAs, not the. So do we dip and rip? Do we dip and rip? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let me have a seat today. Okay, Amazon retesting that daily downside breaker. Prior day's lows. Amazon retesting that daily downside breaker. Amazon, let me take a look at some contracts. That would be a candidate for Shockwave. Amazon. I'm looking at the 270s. Keep in mind, all these contracts today, guys, all those contracts today are expiring today. So every contract now that expires today is basically 0 DTE. So 0 DTE rules apply. Amazon will keep a close eye on the 270s. We'll keep a close eye on the 270s on Amazon. Meta continues to fall off a cliff, so Meta's also a candidate there to the downside. Meta's below that daily downside breaker, so let's see if Meta can continue to push lower. Meta. So Meta will look at the 605s. 605 on Meta. They come into play. So Nvidia to the upside. Nvidia potential candidate for that expansion into all-time highs. Nvidia looking at the 220s are dirt cheap. If you have a small account, 220s can work. All right, 217.50s are 80 cents. So Nvidia looking at the 220s. Or the 217.50s. Qs continue to push higher, guys. Qs continue to push. Apple looking at the 295s on Apple. Qs continue to march forward, guys. Qs on fire. So Meta, if it can stay below that 613.69 as it gets into shockwave, that'd be great. And look how tight this range is, guys. Very tight range. 735.45, 734.58. All right, just over $1. Nvidia, look at this, guys. Nvidia wants to make a push into ATH. Nvidia ATH is 216.83. 216.83 is that push into ATH on Nvidia. So Nvidia, Apple, Shockwave, watch for those calls. Now add Google to that list as well. Add Google to that list. Google 400. Okay, shockwave time is quickly approaching. Keep in mind, 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock. Okay, 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern. IWM is in the jaws of that PML. 10 o'clock Eastern. Here we go. Can we hold above it on SPY? I'll be there for SPY as well. So there can be multiple setups. Keep a close eye on Tesla. Tesla's going as well. A lot of names are starting to go. Tesla's moving. Tesla's moving and grooving. Tesla's targeting that 425. See if SPY can hold above it. So when the range is very tight like this, guys, the target is going to be very close. Okay, the target's going to be very close. Nice break on Google via shockwave. Tesla as well. Apple brewing. See a nice break on Apple. That's an all-time high. So SPY, QQQ, SPY, Apple, and Nvidia. Those breaks are all-time highs. Okay, keeping a close eye on Apple here for the calls. Apple is rocking and rolling. See if you can take a breather. Look how quickly that scale out came in. Right, that candle was very aggressive. That candle was very aggressive. Tesla's gone. Again, if you take any of those names, guys, TP where you need to. Apple is moving. Qs are moving. Scale out on the Qs. Interestingly enough, TP1 hit. The IW is trying to break those lows. IWM. Nvidia fueling back up. See, Nvidia can just cool off here just for a second. Nvidia did make all-time highs. Tesla is going. Apple going. Nvidia going. Okay, if SPY gets above that 736.12, we're at all-time highs. Anyone catch Apple, Nvidia, or Tesla? SPY took place quickly. Quick break on SPY. Scale out on Tesla. It's pulled in for 1 minute. 1 minute pulled into 216.91. All-time highs on SPY, guys. All-time highs on SPY. There goes Nvidia. Anyone catch Nvidia? Qs continue to push. I'm in Nvidia calls. Beautiful. MU might be a good one too. Okay, see if Nvidia can pull back here. If it can, I'll take it. Looking at the 217.50s. Nvidia calls. All right, if SPY continues to push here, we can see Nvidia continue to push as well. Meta swept PML. See if Meta can hold above 1644. Google headed towards all-time highs. Even Amazon headed towards the upside. So everything is taking off here. Everything's taking off. Nvidia up 220, up 48%. Beautiful job, Nvidia. Beautiful job, Fidel. Beautiful job, John G. Anyone else take Nvidia? 270 calls or puts? For which? For what ticker? How are we doing on YouTube, guys? Folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. Amazon actually went the other way. Amazon actually went for the calls. Took Nvidia 93% out. Beautiful job, Tesla. If you caught Tesla, beautiful, beautiful. If you caught any of those names, all right, you can be done for the day. See if Tesla, Nvidia can come back and retest here. All right, as SPY is starting to pull back in. Now we're getting very close to this 10 o'clock hour. This is consumer sentiment. Okay. Consumer sentiment here. This green line. So if you do take a trade between now and 10 o'clock, you basically have just under 10 minutes to make something happen. Unless you want to take it in the face of consumer sentiment and you're trying to use consumer sentiment to work in your favor. Okay. All-time highs on SPY, all-time highs on the Qs. Tesla come back for that retest. Nvidia come back for that retest. Apple's coming back for that retest. Okay, if Apple gets back above this level, I'm taking those Apple calls. If I get that alert on Apple, I'm taking the Apple 295s. So you get a nice little push on Apple. Get a nice little push on Apple. One push. Get over that level. Get over that level, I'll be there. Get over that level, I'll be there. For the calls on Apple. Get over this level. Okay, I'm taking Apple here. My stop is break below VWAP. And that risk right there. So that whole unit of risk. Okay, so see if Apple is starting to go. Targeting the highs of the day. Okay, targeting the highs of the day. The new all-time high, 294.56 is that all-time high on Apple. Nvidia. Nvidia also coming into play. Apple, the risk is VWAP. Nvidia, nice bounce on Nvidia. So I can sit through the back and forth a little bit. All right. Nvidia did come into play here. If you took Nvidia on that bounce, good, good, good. Who took Nvidia? If you caught Nvidia, I gave you that bounce opportunity. Okay, you have basically a few minutes, unless you want to hold into consumer sentiment, which is another layer of risk. So I have Apple here, so I'm in the Apple calls. Sitting at basically minus 3%. Nvidia did provide that. Anyone catch that Nvidia on the bounce? See, Apple can start to go. Nvidia, all-time highs again on SPY. So we're 7 minutes away, 7 candles away from consumer sentiment. Tesla gone. You can see Nvidia. Nvidia came for that retest. I'm an Apple here. My risk is not that wide. It's conservative. TP1. Okay. So close below here. On Apple. That's my NC. So the nature of the contracts, so since they're cheaper, the percentages would look larger. Tesla for that retest. Again, we're coming very close to consumer sentiment. Apple to make all-time highs. I'm looking to take Apple into scale out or in this area here for that first First TP, that should be about probably 25 to 30% plus. Nvidia was the one. Why I got distracted by the Apple on the road. Nvidia continues to march forward. Google coming for that retest. SPY made all-time highs. So put in the chat, what do you think is going to happen? Consumer sentiment. With consumer sentiment coming in, we are taking a look at SPY on a side chart here. For our team members, I'm going to keep a close eye on Apple here, since we're currently in this position. Victory is going to be get back above here. Get back above there. Took 3% in MU. Tesla moving. Yeah, Tesla's gone. 20% Nvidia. Looked too good. Yeah, that nice push on Nvidia was the one. And it gave that retest right there as well. Right here. So if you catch this retest. So it goes. If you got that push higher, good. If you can't get that push higher, it comes back with that retest. Consumer sentiment is coming up. Okay, Apple down 24%. Apple down 24%. My risk is close below VWAP. Nvidia coming back in, so consumer sentiment is going to be here at 10 o'clock. Should be right there. So in 3 minutes. 3 minutes on the clock. Q's pulling in a little bit. Q's pulling in, so SPY already hit TP2. Nvidia coming back in. Keep in mind, Nvidia and Apple made those all-time highs. All right, so that pullback is that first pullback from all-time highs into new all-time highs. Okay, Apple starting to wake up. Let's pan over to Apple. Okay, if we can get above this, we'll be back possibly in the green break-even territory. This is sit through a little bit of drawdown here. Okay, we signed up for that. My risk is here. See if we can reclaim this territory here. This push. Okay, well, it will give us about a 25 to 30% appreciation. All right, I'll hold this through consumer sentiment on Apple. All right, so again, if you don't want to hold it through consumer sentiment, you can feel free to close. Anything can happen. All right, so if you need to the position is up 4%, you can scale out a little bit if you like, do whatever you like. All right, consumer sentiment, anything can happen. Primarily impacts the indexes the most. I want to see a hold here. Hold. So I did see upwards of 4 or 5% up there. SPY trying to make another push there. So preliminarily, I don't want to see this get it close below there. Okay, let's get a nice little push. So second signal generated. Nvidia pulled back again, starting to go once again. Apple, let's go Apple. SPY starting to go. Now sitting right here at break even. Beautiful job on, and that's Enco and NOK. Nokia. Who took Apple? 270 calls or puts. Okay, Apple. Again, consumer sentiment coming up in 20 seconds. Apple calls. Apple calls. Right, you can see calls. It says calls right there. Okay, you can TP quickly if you want. 11%. Anything can happen here at consumer sentiment. Be mindful of that. Up 11. See how the indexes react. Okay, there goes SPY, guys. SPY starting to shake. Consumer sentiment data just came in. Apple did get to about 11% here. 11, 12%. My target is up there. All right, consumer sentiment pulling everything down. Pulling everything down. So see if we can at least hold this area here. If that's just a nice little shake and bake on Apple. Qs continue to push. Out on Apple. Good cut. Real quiet. Good cut on Apple. If you cut it before consumer sentiment, you can extract double digits. All right, I wanted to get it all the way there. SPY's coming with that daily upside breaker. Look at SPY's reaction. We'll still keep a close eye on Apple. Down about 20%. SPY's above that daily upside breaker. Struggling at that PMH. All right. Consumer sentiment record lows. Let's take a look. Consumer sentiment comes in 49.8, 49.7, 48.2. Inflation expectations 4.7. Expectations of inflation came in a little lower at 4.5. All right, so that's now past us. Consumer sentiment is now past us. If you really catch the calls on SPY right here, of course you're done. Still an Apple here, down about upwards of 20%. Tesla is gone. Nvidia coming back for that retest. SPY just continues to march forward. SPY continues to march forward. QQQs continue to march forward as well. Nvidia retest coming up. Want to get a hammer candle on Nvidia off that level. Okay, Qs continue to pump, guys. Qs continue to pump. SPY continues to pump. So consumer sentiment came in better. Okay, came in better. So we'll still look at Apple here, since I'm in the position. My fault, guys. SPY's above PMH right here. So my NC's here, but ideally, just preliminarily, I don't want to see a close below there. Just tells us, hey, you know what? We're still holding. We just need to get above here. There's the target. That is the target territory. So the stop is, of course, wide. So I want that scale out or that target to be hit. Okay, that's that initial scale out. The next target is up here. So if we can get up there, this is going to be about upwards of 25 to 30%. And then if it continues to go after the initial scale out, that can be upwards of 60 to 70%. All right, so that needs to take place before closing below here. In the event that price closes below here, okay, then I'll be out of there. IG is wrong. Okay. So in the meantime, there's nothing for me to do but just let it play out. SPY is trying to hold PMH 730.60, 730.57, new all-time highs on SPY. IW, nothing much there, near the lows of the day. Near the lows of the day. Can SPY hold above PMH? TP1 hit on MU. Beautiful job. MU's a mover. 5% on the count. Done for the day. Beautiful job, Santos. 100% on Tesla. Tesla's gone. Tesla is just gone. Supercharged. Look at Tesla. I gave the retest as well. I gave the retest. Tesla's gone. Okay. So congratulations, Hussein. Congrats, congrats, congrats. Nvidia starting to slide. See if Nvidia can get back up above 216.75. Okay, we're looking at Apple here. Okay. Yesterday I took Meta. I think I picked the wrong two names. Wrong two names. Happens sometimes. Apple is inside on the 15, so again, make or break here. See how that plays out. I still like Apple here. Okay, third signal generated. So no stop yet. So if you got it here, if your stop is down there, you're still in. If you got it here, your stop is down there, you're still in. So SPY's above that PMH after making all-time highs, guys. Can that shallow retest on SPY, 736.57. We just need a nice little pop here. Nice little pop, we'll be good to go. Tesla's starting to pull back. Usually Apple has a tendency to do its own thing. So even if we start to pull back on SPY, Apple can still push forward. Okay, let's see if Apple can hold above that hold area. That's generally where that break-even area is. The first nice little pop did pop up for 11% up here for a scalp. All right, so I want it to go above that. So now we're back at this area. We're down about 10%, 8% territory. So I want to see a hold. SPY is testing that PML, that PMH, I should say, pre-market high. Okay, Apple just struggling here. Okay, so we'll just look at it from the side. I already have my alert set. SPY, that daily upside breaker on SPY, along with that TP1 territory. For a nice little bounce. Apple sliding. Apple getting close to that VWAP, getting close to that stop. Shallow bounce here on SPY off that level. About to get stopped here on Apple. Very close. Stop is right at that 292.75. So VWAP did catch up to Apple there. So at least we can sit through a last minute VWAP test. All right, so some last minute buyers want to protect VWAP. That's still within our risk because VWAP kind of moved as time passed. Does anyone want Apple off VWAP after making all-time highs? Does anyone want Apple off VWAP after making ATH? Let's see. SPY, I'm looking for the retest in this area, guys. SPY just came and left. Okay, came and just left the station. Okay, got to close Apple there. Got to close Apple there. So stopped out Apple. It is testing VWAP. We got stopped out. The stop from a technical standpoint was not wide, but from a percentage standpoint was wide. Contracts are cheaper, so when you do have those cheaper contracts, those numbers look a little more outrageous. But did get stopped out on Apple here for 47. Okay, this was the trade. This was the trade. This is a trade on Apple. Continued to fall. Did pop initially. And then now it's at that NC. I don't want it to get below there, close, and all out. The reason why my stop is this wide is because if it gets the target here, this is possibly a potential 100% trade. Right? If it gets the target, okay, that's $1.80. All right, and here is $1, and it's about 80 cents. Okay, 90 cents. Okay, so stopped out on Apple. First trade of the day. What kind of response do we get off that level on SPY? That would be critical. Q's starting to slide here on the 5. SPY is starting to slide here on the 5 as well. 15 is up for grabs still. We have 3 minutes left on the 15. IW not doing much. Dow looks like it wants to bounce off of that, or it looks like it wants to reclaim VWAP, reclaim PML, I should say. Reclaim PML. Nvidia all the way back at VWAP. Nvidia all the way back at VWAP. Apple, yeah, if we can go hammer out VWAP, that can be another setup, but it just kind of violated my risk area. Yeah, Nvidia has been not phenomenal this week. Tesla pulling back. Google all-time highs. How we doing on YouTube, guys? Let's get the likes up. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to like the video. The SPY will go back to 710. It has a lot of friends there, just not today. What about Nvidia? Nvidia came and left. Nvidia came and left. It's first scalp. Right. If we can get back above that area, I have my alert set. Everything with Apple and Nvidia is back to all-time highs. Right. That's probably going to be highly correlated with SPY holding this area. Okay. Okay, Meta starting to fuel up. I might have to pay Meta a visit. Looking at the 620s on Meta. Might have to pay Meta a visit here. Meta starting to fuel up. Meta did sweep PML. Got back above that VWAP. Okay. See, Meta can start fueling back up. SPY, nice reclaim of PMH. Meta. With Meta, I want to see a hold above that level. So with Meta is a sweep. Sweeping prior day's lows. Sweeping PML. A potential dash into 619.29. 620 territory. So I'm keeping a close eye on Meta for the second trade of the day for the calls. Meta, looking at the 620s. Okay, SPY, I'm looking for a retest here. Victory for Meta, small victory for Meta would be break above 616.44. It is a major resistance area, so I want overwhelming evidence. Okay, overwhelming evidence here. If you do believe that's resistance, then a short Meta back to PML. And VWAP, that's very possible. So, but since I want it above that, I need overwhelming evidence, not just an initial break. Need overwhelming evidence. Tesla starting to pull back. SPY, give me something. Next key level I got on SPY in all-time high, 737.11. All right, so after that, team, there's a massive runaway into 740. VIX is at 715, 1715. 1715 on the VIX. Okay, let's see. We got at least hold this here on SPY. All right, so we'll send an alert on Meta and let it come to us. So one trade so far. Apple. Outside of that, no other trades. There were a couple opportunities. Google retest. 396.42 for the call is possible. So in this case, I'm keeping a close eye on Meta and Apple if it recaptures that level. SPY, of course, retest here. As long as it holds this, as long as it respects this trend line support, then it's going to continue to climb. If you're looking to get that breakdown, you need that trend line support, the current one that we're forming, to break down as SPY heads toward this next rejection zone. Okay, this is gonna be a tough zone for us. So the run up into 740, okay, is gonna be once we get above that 736.27, and just can completely take off and really recapture this area. All right, so you can see prior day's highs are right here. So do we have enough room to just continue push forward? All right, or do we make some healthier higher lows? All right, so as long as we stay above this level, that dead upside breaker, okay, the bulls are in control. We know on all the time frames, but even now they're in control. Okay, it looks like Apple wants to come back. If it does, I'll be there for it. If it does, I'll be there for it. Scalp calls all morning. Beautiful job, JB. FTNT, yeah. FTNT. Ooh, look at those. 75 cent. No, 77 cent spread. So the spread is more expensive than the bid. The bid currently is 32 cents and the ask is 109. The spread is larger than the bid. That's a very, very good lesson. Small scalp on Nvidia, big loss Apple. Yeah, Apple couldn't really take off there. All right, and I opted to hold it through consumer sentiment. Okay, how we did on YouTube, guys? Let's get the likes up on YouTube. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. Okay, Tesla was gonna traded Tesla and double. I guess this YouTube live is for experienced traders. No, this YouTube live is for everybody, guys. The YouTube live is for beginners, experienced. SPY will go back, then it flies the other way. He is quick at B time. I will keep Apple, okay. All right. Still holding Apple down 19, down 10. If it comes back into play, I'll be there. Okay, so if it comes back into play, I'll be there. But this just went a little beyond my my risk. And same thing, I'm looking for this to push into new all-time highs. That's for Apple. So after getting stopped out, if it recalibrates, comes back, I'll re-engage. Yeah, so the content's for everybody, guys. But if you don't know the basics of options, if you don't know the fundamentals of technical analysis, right? The stream is not intended for you to open up your brokerage account and buy and sell contracts. That's not what it's intended for. It was by no means a signal service. It's to educate you, to answer questions, and to guide you through the markets, all right, and provide you with some insight in real time. Inverse head and shoulder out. View up on NVIDIA possibly. That's why there's a delay, guys. That's why there's a delay. All right, make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe if you're brand new. All right, focus on the education side of things. Don't be in a rush to become a super trader. All right, gotta take some time. Take your time. Surround yourself with good group of traders. SPY continues to grind. SPY continues to grind. Can that lift up Apple? Google candidate. All the issues with Google made those all-time highs. All right, so similar to Apple and all those other names, you're taking that pullback from all-time highs. Looking at the 400s on Google. Okay, let's see if that can lift everything up. All right, that entry was provided right there. So you can come back into it. You can use even a tighter stop on Google. You can use VWAP. SPY, I mean the PMH retest. PMH retest on SPY. Still keeping a close eye on Apple. If you're going to use 5 for 5 on SPY, on Google, that's available. So be mindful of that PMH. So more all-time highs on SPY. More all-time highs on SPY. Apple brewing. Apple. Okay, let's see if Apple continues to push. Does Apple come back into the fold? If it does, I will be there. Second attempt on Apple. Okay, I'll take Apple here. So I'm backing an Apple. So second attempt on Apple. Same risk, same everything. First one, did see some green. Opted not to lock that in. My stop was down here. So same thing, my stop will be here. See how Apple can start to go. SPY continues to make all-time highs. Okay. Okay, there we go, Apple. There we go, Apple. Okay, see Apple continue to push. SPY continue to push. Hold above this territory. Somewhat of an inverse head and shoulder on Apple. So this gave an 11%. So this gives you an idea. Where's the percentage? This gives you an idea. And at that time, my average fill was, so the contracts, you can see how much data ate those contracts. My average fill at that time was 70 cents. So $70. So even if it comes back here, the contracts are now valued at 59. So they'll still be in drawdown. SPY, guys, continues to push. So hammer off the 9. Some kind of activity off the 9 will be great. And you don't take Apple. If you took Apple, manage accordingly. Meta calls, Meta, yep. Meta, nice bounce off that VWAP. See if we can continue to push. Microsoft breaking down. Apple. So same thing, same NC, same everything. So go over to SPY. Keeping a close eye on Apple on the side screen. So my alert is still there on Apple. At 15 minute, if we can break those highs, continue to push. 5 minutes doing a little bit of a test. We'll keep a close eye on Apple here. Now Microsoft, nice breakdown. SPY just continues to glide. SPY just continues to glide, guys. SPY continues to glide. It's the slow action on Apple, nice and slow. Okay, Nvidia's trying to bounce off that VWAP. Same stop on Apple, same exact stop as before. If you're on a thinner stop, maybe that 9, maybe that VWAP, by all means. But I'm allocating that full unit of risk to take this all the way to scale out or to TP. SPY, retesting that 737.11 territory. Again, SPY, I need that retest here. So outside of that, you can ride those EMAs on the 1. You can ride EMAs. Q's pulling back. IW still within the opening range. Still within the open range. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Likes up. Make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. 100 likes, we'll do the giveaway. We will be giving away a course, a 5-hour options trading course. Getting started day trading options, we'll be giving that course away. So make sure to like the video as you're here. Okay, Apple is starting to go. Okay, if you do have Apple, feel free to TP. Up about 8%. Okay, this can be a healthy TP for you. My case, all right. So again, I need this break above here, continue to push. All right, so we are up 8% on Apple. Same thing here. This one did provide some appreciation. If you want to scalp those, you can. My trade plan is to get that scale out. It is to get the scale out. That 5 is looking good. So continue to see what takes place here. SPY's pulling back, Q's pulling back. So can we get a decisive hold above here? So for this to start rocking and rolling, it needs to overcome this resistance. SPY's starting to sell here. So That's a good TP, about 8%. If you take it there, want that to hold. SPY is starting to sell off here. SPY is starting to sell off. So where's SPY coming from? That rejection zone. So if you play the 15-minute candle, guys, 15-minute breaker below these lows, okay, you're going to see a decisive break below that PML, the PMH, and that 9 EMA. That can be that 15-minute reversal. If you're a reversal trader, let's see if Apple can continue to push. SPY pulls back, and as the Qs pull back, okay, Apple, let's go. Get this break above these highs. Up 11. So it was 11 up here last time as well. I need that decisive push. Okay, go, Apple. Qs and SPY are dumping. So Apple sometimes can do its own thing. If you took the puts under that level on a SPY, on the 15, manage accordingly. Be mindful of that PMH and that 9 EMA. Okay, nice break above that level. Would be good to go on SPY, on Apple. Who TP'd already? Who scaled out already on Apple? TPMU, Meta, 8% bounce. Took Apple, okay? Don't wait for me to tell you TP, guys. Okay, do what you need to do. I want you to be proactive in your approach. This is it. It's going to come down to this. It's either we break above this, start to go nice at that target, or we reject off this, get back below this area here. That area being, of course, this initial entry point. SPY, nice bounce off that PMH. Okay, Apple. Okay, go Apple. Okay, up 11. Get a nice push above here. Up 15. See if we go candle over candle. Take out that 294.08. TP where you need to, guys. Up 16. I want to see a hold above here. And this will be my NC. Okay, there we go, Apple. Up 23, 28. I'm going to take a majority off right there at 28. We'll hold runners. Okay, good job, Apple. So my NC would be here. So I'd like this area to hold. I'll move my NC to break even in pursuit of these highs here and new all-time highs. All right, so again, first TP 28. So I don't want price to get back below here. Who took Apple? Dollar signs in the chat if you took Apple. Okay. This one, of course, stopped out. Recalibrate, re-engage. And it did provide a TP opportunity here, guys. So that scalp was available 11%, which is respectable. Apple up 32%. As SPY is starting to sell off, ironically, Apple is benefiting. There we go. About to hit that target. Possibly we get a scale out reminder there on the indicator. Up 40%, 42. So if you're still holding, that's a great area to scale out if you haven't scaled out yet. Again, manage accordingly. Okay. Okay, so I don't want to close below here. No close below there. So at least I walk away with 15. My NC has been moved to here. Did see upwards of 42. All right, if you took profits right there at 42%, good. this there. Okay. So you can see those when the contracts are a little bit cheaper, those percentages can get outrageous very, very quickly. I want that NC to hold. If it doesn't hold, I'll get out of there for slightly above 5-10%. See if we can hold there. Use that as a bounce. Do buyers want to pick this thing back up for a second attempt at that ATH? So that's what I'm trying to see here. Up about 7-8%. So that's basically break even there. Okay, I'll close it right there, break even. So 28% extraction. Did push all the way there. Wanted to see if I can get a little bit more and then close out the rest at break even there. All right. So Apple could have squeezed a little more at that 42 TP when it went exactly that target. But I was risking that break even and then close out at break even. SPY, nice breakdown on SPY. Let's go to SPY now. Okay, SPY breaking down. Where's it coming into? This territory here. So if you took the 15-minute reversal on SPY, okay, for the puts, right, you can start to scale out, manage accordingly. Why? Because it comes into this rejection zone that we provided in the AM price action combo. You can use 15-minute entry, 5-minute stop, 15 for 5. All right, and you can start scaling on that area. Why? We're testing that daily upside breaker. Okay, testing that daily upside breaker. Yeah, if you're trading Intel, just be careful with Intel on the IV. So if you're trading Intel, put in the chat what the IV on Intel is. Beautiful job, guys, on Apple. All right, if you opted not to take profits the first time, you wanted a little more, you got stopped out. Nice move there. I want SPY to hold here. I want to see a hammer on SPY. We do have the 9. We do have VWAP, but we do have that key, a daily upside breaker, and this nice little key zone. For SPY, if we can respect that area, I'm interested in the SPY calls. Interestingly enough, guys, IW is still in that opening range. We're looking for hammer time here. Hammer time on the Qs and SPY. If you want that 1-minute entry, you can be there. If you want that 5-minute entry, back above PMH. You don't take that bounce. So if you short this, okay, your area to short it is here. You're targeting here. Okay, so now the bulls reload. Now the bulls reload. Okay, look at the 737s. That was a nice bounce, guys. It came right to that area. Look how quickly that took place. Recurring PMH. 5 for 5 in a minute. If you took that initial bounce off of it, you're golden. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. We are in second shift. So first shift, just took Apple twice. Stopped out the first time. Worked out the second time. So we're looking for SPY here. Nice retest. Anyone take the calls here? If you took the calls here off this retest zone, you waited. You're golden. All right, if you missed that entry, okay, look for that entry off that PMH. Because look at that. There's already up. If you caught this here, this retest that we were talking about all morning. All right, that was the only area to pay close attention to. Okay, you've been compensated. 43% on Apple. Beautiful job, Jason. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Apple's still going forward, guys. Apple's trying to make that push into ATH. All right, so if you're still holding, all right, and you had a entry very similar to mine. My entry was 59. All right, maybe you sat through a break even or a little little bit of a pullback, and then now it's starting to course correct. Anyone still holding Apple? Anyone still holding Apple? Tesla, nice bounce on Tesla. Came in so quickly. Didn't let anyone in. Look how quickly they bought this thing back up. Just boom, immediate. Okay. Very similar to what SPY did. Microsoft is starting to break down. So if the market can start to break down, guess who's a candidate? Meta. Right now we're strong here. Nice relief bounce off those lows. Keeping a close eye on Meta here. Structural breakdown. If you took Meta puts via shockwave, scalp opportunity. Did not hit target. In the structural breakdown on Meta. Meta puts, I'm interested. Okay, 610. A little spready, but it's fine. 6 cents. So I'm looking at the Meta puts here. 610 puts on Meta. I want to see a nice close below that level. 612.81. We'll take Meta to the downside. I'll take it right there. I'm in the Meta puts. There we go. Meta starting to go. TP where you need to. There's a scalp. Okay. We're lows of the day. Meta starting to go. Meta's going. Meta's going. Up 8. Okay. TP where you need to. Meta's a mover. Where's the next candle on Meta? That next candle didn't even print on Meta. Where is it? All right, so my stop on Meta is slightly below that risk is that daily downside breaker prior to these lows. So if you scalp Meta for 8-9%, good. If you're still holding on where your risk is, I'll Meta to stay below here. Just provided a quick scalp on Meta. Decides to go the other way. If it closes back above 613.59, I'll be out of there on Meta. So we probably need the market to start to reject off that 737. When I say market, I mean SPY. If you can reject off that 737.11 right there, I can let Meta slide. So Meta broke down quickly, provided a quick TP for a scalp. Didn't even have a chance to lock in anything, and now it's coming close to that stop. Okay, so I'm still in Meta. My stop is up there, close back above 613.59. If you scalp that quickly, you're a sniper. If you scalp Meta quickly, you are a sniper. Break back below that level would be great. See if Shockwave can give us one more signal. Microsoft starting to break down as well. Let's pan over to Meta. Okay, this is Meta. So we took the puts right here. Okay, saw about 8-9%. Okay. Opted to sit through that bounce. Where's my risk? No close back above this area here, that daily downside breaker prior to these lows, along with, I can adjust this now like this, along with that unit of risk. So this would be the NC on Meta. If the market starts to slide here, Meta will slide. We just need a nice little 5-minute slide to the downside on the market. We can see the Meta start to slide. That can help Meta slide. Okay, Meta is a mover, guys. So if you need to TP where you need to. Okay, if we can break this, we'll be good to go. Break that structural support, we'll be good to go. That's what it's going to come down to. My NC's here. This week, some adjustments I'm going to make, guys. There's a couple of setups that I did miss, so just being a little sharper on my end. All right. and not getting caught between two things, like getting caught between two things are going simultaneously, right? And being more precise and more decisive in my decision making, and not getting caught in between, right? And that has to do with just being more present. If you ask me, that's what it's going to come down to. Okay, if SPY can start to gravitate towards that 9, that's going to give Meta the opening it needs to drop. All right, so see if Meta can take advantage of that. See if Meta can take advantage of that. Meta, these lows are appealing, of course. See that nice little drop on Meta. SPY starting to bounce off that 9. Meta, let's see if Meta can slide. See, Meta's price is not as clean as SPY's and some of those other names. So this is my NC here. Okay, no close above there. Probably about a 20 to 25% risk. Meta can get the lows of the day. 612.01 is the number. It needs to break the structural support. All right, if you already took profits, I mean, you have no headache. All right, sometimes taking those profits, right, you're not sitting through any back and forth. SPY continues to push forward, guys, so Meta needs that break fairly quickly. You can see Meta's chart. Right, it takes some time to populate that data. Look at this. Okay, where's the candle? It's like, where's, if you guys remember, where's Waldo? Where's the candle? Where's Meta's candle? Let's get the likes up on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. SPY continues to push forward. Okay, I don't want to see any closes above that daily downside breaker prior to these lows. If Meta, the selling on Meta can absorb that push on SPY, that's going to be good. Apple starting to pull back. Sitting currently down 5% on Meta. Google is gone. Walmart's starting to brew, guys. Keep a close eye on Walmart. Okay, keep a close eye on Walmart. See if Meta can get that final break, decisive break. That would be great. Apple pulling back. Okay, Meta, let's go. Let's go to the lows of the day. So that target is here. Okay, so you can use this as your first target. If you scalped out of it already, congratulations. Right, with Meta, the candles teleport. You don't know what's going to open up. That means it's low volume. All right, teleportation candles. Well, that 15 minutes inside. So if we can break these lows, we'll continue that selling on the 15-minute. Up 9. TP if you need to, guys. Up 10. I'm going to take a majority off right there at 11% on Meta. I'm going to hold runners through the lows of the day. Okay. TP1 at 10, 11% near the lows of the day. So now I'm going to move my NC to my no close right here. So see if the runners can start to run. Meta up 25, 24. Go, go, go. See if it goes to target. There we go, Meta. 28. Meta's a mover for moves. Okay, up 28% on Meta. So TP1, 11, 10%. And now runners are starting to run. Who took Meta? 28. 26. NC's right here. No close back above that. Okay, if you need to scale out, guys. All right. 28% on Meta is beautiful. Recouping some of what Meta took from yesterday. Okay. Recoup. Recoup on Meta. If SPY breaks that 9, would be good to go to the downside. I don't want to see any closes above here. All right, see if I can squeeze 30, 40, 50s. All right, I'll risk the 20s. Okay, who took Meta? If you took Meta, congratulations. If you took Meta, congratulations. So no close above here. So very similar to Apple. See if we can flash back the downside. There we go. If the SPY starts to dump, Meta's going to go. Okay. Who took Meta? Taking Walmart, beautiful. Microsoft, Nvidia bouncing back. Yeah, Nvidia's trying to reclaim that VWAP scalp SPY 12%. Google, beautiful job, guys. Who's in Meta? If you took profits already, congratulations. I'm trying to see if I can squeeze more out of Meta with runners. All right, so Meta can bounce if it reclaims this NC. All right, it can start to go the other way, gravitate back towards that breaker. So give it a second here. Lows of the day, 611.42. That would be great. SPY's testing that 9. I want that 9 test on SPY, the 9 EMA test on the 5 to fail. I want that 9 EMA test on SPY to fail. Okay, 15-minute candle on Meta looking good. Okay, up 29. New lows of the day on Meta, 32. There we go. There we go, team. Okay, so buyers are stepping in off the lows of the day. So what that means is you don't want to go short at the very low of the day. If you are, you have to use an advanced entry model. Okay, up 30, 29. See, we want last little push into target TP1. 33%. So these runners are running, guys. That's over 50 bucks per con. 34%. Okay, I'll close out right there at 30%. All right, so all that on Meta. All right, took it to 10, 11, then to 30%. If you're still in, manage accordingly. Just keep a close eye on SPY. It's bouncing off that 9. If you're playing with your runners a little more, if you're having 3 scale outs, by all means, guys, do what you need to do with Meta. All right, if you caught Meta, dollar signs in the chat, guys. Good, good, good. Close TP on both, Apple, TP 15%. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So Meta even played out nicely. So there's a reason why we flashed over to Meta. All right, this breakdown played out because SPY rejected off a certain level. Okay, what's that level? That level is a level in the pre-market. Actually got above it. See if we can break back below it. Right, this 737.11. Okay, got above it, see if you can get back below it. Reclaim it to the downside. SPY, I was looking for an entry in this area, guys. Retest happened very quickly. I wasn't in position to capitalize off it. If you did, good, good, good. If you're watching the show, you would get this level. Okay, so done with Meta. Anyone holding Meta? Anyone trying to milk Meta for some more? If you are, make sure you take a majority of your profits off the table. Good morning. I took Meta. Thanks. Thank you, brother. Absolutely, Fishman. So Meta, the get back is today. The get back on Meta was today. Keep in mind, Commander-in-Chief does speak today at 12 o'clock. So far, 3 trades, okay? Apple, we took it to the upside. All right, so we're going to say if the trade went right or wrong based on how I did on the trade. So again, it did present that 11%, but I got stopped out. At this territory, it works out nicely, pushes 20%, stopped out of the runner's break even after a flash 40. If you had your stop out, if you have your break even set at initial entry, you can possibly still be in. So 2 trades on Meta, 1 stopped out, 1 worked out, and Meta. Nice trade on Meta. All right, so those contracts on the Meta are more pricey. So those larger percentage gains are going to be harder with a larger contract. Right, it's easier for you to see 20% on contracts that are 50 cents. as opposed to contracts that are 150, right? 20% is 20%, but it means two different things. All right, so if you took Meta, congratulations. We'll look for a setup on SPY. Again, next week we'll look to be a little more sharper on my end. I always look for something to improve, guys. It is the end of the week. If you're green, if this is your first time being green, let us know. We want to congratulate you. All right, I know it's not easy to navigate these markets. On top of that, we have so much catalyst. We have so much conflict. We have a lot of things going on every single day. So if you're able to navigate these conditions and you've hit your first green, congratulations. I'm not sure what's happening in this trade, to be honest. NVIDIA bouncing off VWAP. Yep, NVIDIA starting to see if NVIDIA can recapture VWAP. Right, NVIDIA did go 2 down, 2 up on the 15. So NVIDIA has to recapture VWAP. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA, okay, got above this major rejection zone, 214.15. So it needs to hold that. So now on the 15, okay, VWAP coincides with that 15-minute breaker. So this 15-minute candle needs to continue to push. It needs to continue to push above that 215.86. If you can hold above that, hold above VWAP, NVIDIA has a chance to push back up. All right, this would be a successful retest of this previous rejection zone. So you're going to see that hold. Meta trying to bounce off those lows. Apple selling off aggressively there after making all-time highs. Wow, nice drop on Apple. Okay. Apple, if you take a look at on the one, look at Apple. Forbidden fruit. Okay. Okay, forbidden fruit starting to slide. Okay. Look at Apple, aggressive drop on Apple. So what did it do, guys? It came right into that daily upside breaker. So where are we rejecting off of? So if you're playing the mean reversion, okay, first shift high grab. I'll be there for it. So the last trade we're going to take today is a lotto trade. Hopefully it's SPY back to downside. This ideally, if this can pan out, present an opportunity, I'll be there for it. Okay, back to downside, back all the way to this daily upside breaker territory. All right. Outside of that, we are coming into the 11 o'clock hour. It's been a long week. So by the time it's like 11:15, 11:30ish on a Friday, that's when I start to mentally checking out. All right. This entire time you have to be locked in, or you can't let your guard down. You're managing risk. You're taking profits. You're finding opportunities, and you start to let your guard down. Or that's when I started to let my guard down at that particular time. So after that time, when I start to feel it internally, all right, I know I should not be trading with my guard down. Right, because that's just all the action we saw all week. A lot of action this week. A lot of action this May. All right, so the multiple all-time highs does make things more exhausting, as opposed to if all-time highs were not there. So you're going to have that trader stamina. Okay, that stamina to continue to show up, to continue to manage your risk, to continue to take your profits, to continue to do the right thing in the face of uncertainty. Apple just said good night, fell off a cliff. So that's why it's so important to take profits. I wonder where we're rejecting off of. Interesting. All right, so Apple, it goes all the way there, and then it gets to that target area. All right, so like we said, that's that final target is there. That's all-time high. Even Shockwave says scale out there, and then drops. So this 3-minute stretch, this 3-minute drop literally wiped out. That's the frustrating part. It wipes out 27 minutes of work. Wiped out in 3 minutes. Okay. Who's done for the day, guys? Who's done for the day? Who's done for the week? Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like. Make sure to subscribe. 100 likes will do the giveaway. Let's get the giveaway going. I'm not sure how many likes we have so far. First green week in a while. I've learned a lot from you. Big congratulations by Designs Technologies. All right, another trader with the first green week. So again, congratulations, guys. You're seeing this take place every day amongst our team members. All right, so you're very capable of doing the same thing. All right, is there one or two things you would like to share, right, that helped you get there by design, that you can possibly shed some light for someone who's trying to get there? Just one or two things, one or two words. Meta, you still in Meta, Wayne? Okay. You're trying to squeeze everything out of it. Good. Did it hold above that NC? Nope. Okay, did get above that? Nope. Okay, starting to fall back to the downside. Good. You know where your risk was. All right, goes to TP1. You sat through a little back and forth. If it's part of your plan, beautiful job, guys. All right. Good. So Meta, that was the last idea. And if you held through this, I mean, you earned every single bit of that last drop. All right, so probably that nice little spike would probably take the position maybe close to break even. And then it kind of gets it back to where it was because it happened so swiftly. Okay, maybe now it's up 40%. Between the 30s and 40s. Okay, 30s and 40s. Okay, TP1 hit. Just a quick reminder, TP1 hit. Lambish SPX green day, green week. My one lotto left. Good. Another green week. Red day for me. It's okay. We'll see one day. God bless everyone. Absolutely, Carlos. Make those adjustments, guys, over the weekend. Now, put in the chat. How many hours from the charts are you going to spend? 12, 16, 24. All right. Which one is going to be? So that's that last idea on Meta, guys. If you took the puts, you're rolling. Hussein above VWAP. Beautiful. Apple dropped minus 20%. Thanks for the update, Gary. All right, so last week, if you took 12 hours off from the charts, this week I challenge you to do 16. All right, 16 hours. Completely separate away from the charts. All right, the market does not love you that much for you to dedicate your precious 48. A good chunk of your precious 48. Out of my 48, of course, I've been hosting the webinars, right? Out of my 48, I'm giving the market maybe 5. All right, but it took a long time to get there, right? Because of course, the community and everything, getting prepped as far as that is concerned. But if you're just a lone wolf, okay, you want to get it down to, hour. Out of your 48, just give an hour. And everything else, maybe spend another hour or 45 minutes introspection, going over your journal. See how you can make those tweaks. What is holding you back? What are the things that continuously get repeated that you want to remove? You want to wring out all those bad habits. Right, and make room for the new habits you're learning. You can't do a good habit and bad habit can't coexist. Right, it's impossible for them to coexist. It's almost like this: you have a one-car garage, all right, and there's a car in there, an old car in there, and you want to fit a new car in there. You have to first take the old car out and put the new car in. So there's an element of unlearning. To properly learn again, you have to go through. Right? And what are you learning? You're learning yourself. You're learning what works for you. So that introspection, review, the technicals. When it comes to the technicals, we have the best technicians in our group. The technicals you don't have to worry about. We got the technicals down packed. I'm not saying that to to sound arrogant, but just to let you know that that's not what your battle has to be anymore. Do your technicals, learn the technicals inside out. We have tremendous technicians on the team. I'll do my best to provide you the technicals so you can have room to work on everything else between the ears. All right, and that comes with refreshing and resetting yourself. If you just go, blast through the weekend, spend 8 hours on Saturday, 8 hours on Sunday, and then come back next week, by the time it's Tuesday, 11:30, 11:45, you're burnt out. And the market has you exactly where it wants you to be. And by the end of the week, right, it will just toss you around. All right, so let us know, okay? So are you going to take 12 hours, 16 hours, 24 hours away from the charts? If you took 12 last week, if you took no time away from the charts last week, congratulations to my meta holders. All right, this thing continues to drop. Big kudos to you guys for sticking with the trade. And for those of you who took it yesterday, this is the get back. This is the get back. Okay, this is the get back. All right, so make sure to do that. Reset, go through your journal. If you don't have a journal, over the weekend, I challenge you to go purchase a journal, whether it's through Amazon, whether it's through anything. Go to Staples or go to Office Max, go to Walmart, go to anywhere. Target, anywhere you can find a journal. And buy yourself a nice journal. Right? Buy yourself a nice journal. Nice journal, nice pen. Every day you trade, every trade you take notes. So now when you go on Saturday, you can really go through what you were feeling and what possibly made you go off the rails in a certain trade, because you have everything documented. All right, so very, very important to do that, guys. And next week, we'll look to take advantage of the best opportunities per usual. Nothing changes for us. Right? Nothing changes for us. We're going to continue to show up. We're going to continue to look for the best opportunities, apply the high probability setups, do our best to manage risk, do our best to manage reward, do our best to keep things in check from a psychological standpoint, not to get too high, not to get too low, and attack this market as a unit. All right, so another week in the books. So take the much needed rest, refresh, and then as soon as Monday rolls around, you have to be in battle mode already. And look for one or two things to refine. All right, and don't let your journal, I've said this before multiple times, guys, don't rip yourself into shreds in your journal. All right, don't curse yourself in your journal. That's not what it's meant for. Right? You need to just use it as constructive feedback. If you are doing those things, who's going to speak life into you? Right? So you have to understand the market is just a psychological game. It's not personal. If you get a trade wrong, you're not a bad person. If you get stopped out, it doesn't mean you have a low IQ or you're not intelligent. It has nothing to do with that. Personal and professional, two different things. So don't take the things you're feeling here into your personal and make it feel like it's something about you that's not right. So one thing you did right, a couple of things you're looking to improve, highlight those things. Put some things in place to make the adjustments. If you don't have your non-negotiable, have your non-negotiable by next week. All right, and next week on Monday, it's going to be day 90. All right, so we've traded every single day on live, right, for 90 consecutive days. So we did a full quarter of trading. So all that stuff, all the trades, all the information, all that stuff is there for you. Whether you joined recently, whether you joined months ago, whether you've been here if you've been with me for more than a year, right, you've probably made tremendous progress on your journey. Okay, so very, very important to do those things, guys. Okay. By God's grace, you always taught me the importance of levels, sweeps. Literally had no idea. You don't know what you don't know. The different time frame. Absolutely by design. Support and resistance lines. You don't know what you don't know. You taught me to recognize that I am on tilt. And I'm revenge trading. Absolutely, guys. So again, tremendous job by design. 6 hour max, 4 hour back testing. Mother's Day, absolutely, guys. So Mother's Day, keep that in mind, fellas. Okay. For those who are missing earlier, Mother's Day, I pray 100%. Yeah, Mother's Day coming up, guys. Dollar Tree 150 for the journal, or is that the contract? Hussein. I'm still looking at Meta here, so congratulations for the ones who took Meta. Nvidia chart. Nvidia continues. Is Nvidia? Yep, Nvidia's getting back above that level. So SPY is struggling. We know where it's struggling. We know where it's struggling from. Nvidia, once it got above that level, okay, there we go, Nvidia. All right. So if you were stocking Nvidia, getting back above VWAP, 2 down, 2 up on the 15. Now we're going 2-2 continuation. Good. Let me get back to SPY here. Took the lotto Nvidia up 9%. Beautiful. 220 calls. Mother's Day focus on beautiful girl this weekend. Massage time for her in the spa. Absolutely, guys. And that's the whole point of all this trading stuff, right? It's not at a certain point, right? There was something very compelling. Someone told me, right? I'll share it with you guys, right? A lot of times we think the fruits that we receive are for us, right? Especially from a biblical standpoint, right? Our goal is to embody the fruits of the Spirit. All right. A lot of times we're trying to embody these attributes, right, to the guidance of the Holy Spirit, and we think it's for ourselves. But what you realize is all the fruits are actually for someone else. And that made me really rethink a lot of stuff. Right? When you see a tree, a fruit tree, the fruit is not for the tree. The fruit is for whoever's walking by. So the fruits of your labor in trading, yes, they're there for you, but really, it's for everyone else around you. All right, so when you have that chance to celebrate those people, it's very important to do so. All right, so it's for someone else. It's not for us. All we have to do is just be good stewards. It's for someone else. All right, share, overshare. All right, even if you learn this trading stuff, right, once you get it down, yes, it's for you, but at some point in time, you can keep it to yourself, but okay. That's it. But if you start to share, to help other people in whatever capacity, and you share your fruits, right, you'll have more impact, you'll have more meaning behind the things you're doing. I took contract 15%. Lotto, beautiful job. Journal, okay, yeah, 100%. 150 at a Dollar Tree. Stopped out of Nvidia, and now it runs up. Lots of pressure. Push it down. Yeah, if you get stopped out, guys, don't be afraid of cutting the trade. It's okay if you're wrong. Right, and that really shifted Mark 432. That really shifted my thinking. All right, we're all in a pursue. Fruit. But the tree does not produce the fruit for itself. Okay, looks like SPY's going back to that retest zone. Let's check on YouTube. Didn't check the chat in a while. So let me get caught up here. So there's 3 chats I'm bouncing around. So if I do miss a couple of comments, guys, okay, I'm doing my best to keep up. NVIDIA pumping nice pump on NVIDIA. Yep, keyboard broken. 33% Apple, nice catch. Tesla new highs today. Tesla liquidity sweep. We'll go further up. No, just use Google AI. It's free. Let AI that's searching for you use technology that's out there. NVIDIA still bouncing. A tip for those who pray: we never pray for ourselves to make money, as we will be blessed. We pray for other people to make money, and we may be blessed. Joe was blessed after he prayed for his friends, 100%. Tomorrow morning, okay, AI, Google. I've been here for a few days and I have learned so much. That's the whole point, guys, right? Try to make this every episode as value packed as possible. Every episode like it's the last episode. Right? You guys probably heard that old quote: if you played sports growing up, play every game like it's your last game. Right? What it simply means is just give it everything you had. Empty the tank. Right? That's what we aim to do. Just another higher on the low. Okay, SPY bouncing on the 5. Trading and serial trial allocation. I'm here for it. God bless you too. And that's trading is just it makes us confront all these things in real time. It makes us confront the things we don't want to confront in real time. Okay. John 12:24. Let's see how many likes we have, guys. Let me see how many likes we have, and then we'll see if we can do a giveaway. We'll do 100 likes. We've been struggling to get to 100 likes. We're more than capable of doing it. We have over 1K people tuning in every single day. All right, so I just need you guys to do me a favor. Look at Meta, guys. Anyone still holding Meta? All right, anyone still holding Meta? The ones who held on to Meta yesterday, you're probably still holding on to it today. Maybe you're starting to recover. Meta complete collapse going to TP2. To give you some context, it was in the high 30s in this area. Now it's probably, actually I can just go check the contract. So average fill on Meta was 165. Now Meta is 290-ish. Let's get as high as 310. All right. So that is more, just slightly under 100%. Slap some EMAs on Meta. If you're looking to enter, right, might be you're paying 100% more than the person who's already in. Okay, see if we get another bounce here. Yeah, Apple just said good night. Yeah, Apple is just dumping. Apple said good night. Vicious dump on Apple. VWAP didn't even hold. SPY's starting to bounce off this retest zone once again. I'm going to draw this pattern out. What pattern is this? Let me know in the chat, guys. What pattern is this? Can anyone name this pattern? Yep, inverse cup and handle. MU fell off a cliff. Let's take a look at MU. MU, the thing with MU is so aggressive. And the spreads are wide, so you have to be careful. You have to really know what you're doing on MU. All right, it's either it really works out really well for you, all right, or if you don't have any risk management protocols in place, it can turn out really, really bad. It can be one of the best names to trade or one of the worst names to trade. Yeah, MU continues to push. I invested in one of their partners. Which one was it? Doctor. Let me stand up here, guys. Okay, look at this. Comes back for that retest. Bounces. MU playing some dirty games, patent infringement. So they have a partner, they take their patents and then dump them. Made 50% on MU this morning via Shockwave, the good guy. Beautiful. How's the fills on MU? Good fills? Break 636, please. Dump to 728. Yeah, a lot of things slide to the downside. No fill issues. Okay. Okay. Walmart. Walmart came to the rescue yesterday for us. For our lotto, guess who's possibly coming back into play? WMT. Back-to-back days. It did provide a scalp up there, so WMT. That possibly can be our... this would have been a nice lotto, right? If you waited for this, took it on your own. Same retest zone. Okay. WMT, this is today's contracts. What are tomorrow's Monday's contracts look like? Okay, 135s. Okay. Walmart, I'll be there for the retest. Walmart will be there for the retest. Again, guys, let's get the likes up on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Let me go check how many likes we got here. If you took Walmart already, manage accordingly. Okay, we got 75 likes. So 100 likes, we'll do the giveaway. The president will be live here shortly too as well. From the Rose Garden. Any UFC fans in the chat. Any UFC fans in the chat. We do have a pretty good fight. This weekend I watched that fight. I watched that main event. George, you said the menu continue to push high if you go to the very top with the YouTube message. I mentioned this morning, MU had dark pools transaction. Yeah, if you guys, when you guys first come in, Jimmy does post a lot of information right out the gate. So again, if you come in early, you can see it. But what happens is I think YouTube cuts off the chat after a certain amount of scrolls, so you can only go back so far. But I do see that you post a lot of informative things there. Yeah, it's Strickland versus Hamzat. So in this case, what happened was, okay, technically what a cup and handle is this. When you break down cup and handle, what it means is there's a certain level. All right, so the inverse cup and handle in this case. At some point, that level was resistance, and price eventually broke it. When it broke it, it continued to push. It continues to push, continues to push, continues to push, continues to push, and comes back. All right, there's a couple of ways you can form actually. There's one way where I can do one of these maneuvers. So let's just give it a nice little break here, so I can give you a more detailed example of what's going on today, how it's playing out. And then here, boom. So this is the kind of formation. So we break above a critical level. Once we break above that critical level, or we come off that level, we come into that level, we bounce off that level. All right, there's a demand for price there. There's a demand for that particular, the underlying you're trading, there's demand for it. It gets picked up, it rises, and it gets above those prior highs, continues to push. And now it starts to stall. It starts to stall. All right, so with the inverse cup and handle in general, right, the degree of the base or the top can be different, right? But we'll just say it starts to stall, right? Just have enough room to go. So now what it's implying is as it drops, okay, as it drops, because there's a lot of overhead selling pressure, it comes back into this level. It comes back into this level and it gets an initial bounce. This initial bounce, if there's the same level of interest there, this initial bounce will lead to price to start to base out and start to work its way back to the highs. Right? So if you're scalping, you're going to take this bounce if it lines up with your entry model. But when you play the pattern, once this bounce, okay, so this will make it a legitimate bounce, cup and handle, inverse cup and handle validated. But the fact that it bounced is just an impulsive reaction. It's like a dead cat bounce. Because now there isn't the same level of interest there was there, and the selling pressure from up here is overwhelming. There's a lot of weight. There's a lot of weight coming from there. Overhead. And that initial bounce is like a little dead cat bounce, and then once it starts to break structure, breaks lower, that's when the official cup and handle pattern comes into play, with this being the handle. So that level, that's why I tell the strikers, the money is made in the handle. If you can find where the handle is, okay, there's a couple of ways of doing it. Of course, the handle more than likely will trade in the channel. It will be a channel. Okay, so the way you find the handle can be different, right? It can be a structural break and that support, right? If you want to take that breakdown on support, it could be the 50% retrace. If you're going to try to catch the top of that handle, right? That territory there. So there's multiple ways to find that handle. Once it starts to break down, it's in full pursuit. And some other people, of course, they take the remnants of the cup and handle for that another breakdown. So one pattern can be identified in one way, but traded in multiple ways. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so same pattern. One way to we can all identify as a cup and handle, but the question becomes, what do you have in place? What do you have in place? What entry model are you using to capitalize off it? Because you can very well trade this scalp knowing it's a cup and handle. You can scalp this bounce knowing it's a cup and handle, right? And your TP will be when it starts to fade possibly getting back to some of those EMAs. And then you take a majority off, and then you say, hey, you know what? If that cup and handle does not come to fruition, if my runners can go back to the top, there is no cup and handle. All right, so although those patterns, a lot of those patterns are cup and handle, head and shoulder, there's a little bit of subjectivity to them. Right, or there's a lot of subjectivity to them. And it requires there's multiple ways to enter the trade. All right. Walmart, let's see, Walmart can hold here. If it can, that'd be great. I'll take the zeros on Walmart. Looking at the ones are cheap as well, but since there's a lotto, I'll look at the 131s. Okay, 131s. 131s on Walmart, get back above this level. Okay. SPY, some of that cup and handle is trying to come into play. It's trying to come into play. Meta meltdown. Yeah, anyone still holding Meta? Anyone still holding Meta? Anyone still holding Meta? It's almost like once you find a winner, you just have to stick to that winner. What names are you trading, Firefly? What names are you trading? SPY? POTUS might talk about NVIDIA coming up with China. SPY. Meta, just good night, Meta. SPY is not giving us a lot of movement here. Interestingly enough, guys, IWM is still within that opening range. So SPY just gave us that one signal there at 946. There hasn't been anything else. So SPY is basically it's jammed between these two areas. So it's going trampoline, brick wall, trampoline, brick wall. My other lotto on SPY would be a sweep of these lows. Okay, let's see if we can grab shift lows. All right, that'd be the lotto trade. Okay. Or on Walmart. So SPY is jammed between these two areas. Tesla, out of here. It's really been stock pickers market. So if you have the right names, those can really start to go. Everything else is just basically scalps. Yeah, the meta meltdown is real. Apple, that was a nasty drop on Apple. Apple, where's Apple here? So Apple here comes back into play. And once they hit that target territory, make those all-time highs, they grab first shift highs, it's just collapse once again. Is that our friend Walmart? Okay, Walmart. I'm looking at the 131s. We'll take it right there. As soon as I'm in, I'm down 5%. Okay, we'll take that, Walmart. All right, that means I didn't get the best fill. So as soon as I got in on Walmart, down 5% already. Sometimes it has to do with the fill. Okay, so my stop on Walmart, same thing. Gonna be down here. 130.89. We might have two lottos today. Okay, Walmart. In Walmart here. Some nasty candles up above on the 5, but see there's a nice momentum break to push back at the high of the day. I do like where Walmart is intraday higher time frame. Okay. Average fill 49. See if Walmart can start to push. The highest contracts were 63. SPY to provide these two bounces. If you took those two bounces, good. Walmart up 4. If you want to have a very tight risk, you can use this candles low. Use 5 for 5. Walmart up 12. Walmart up 12. Okay. Up 14. TP where you need to on Walmart. Okay. That's a double-digit gain on Walmart. All right. So TP where you need to on Walmart. Upwards of 16%. And have a very tight stop. I'd say I close below that 9. Okay, my stop will be right here at that 130.90. So we got a very tight stop. If you extract the profits already, dollar signs in the chat. Okay, if you're okay with not taking that 15.16, you gotta treat it as a lotto into 131.36. If that's part of the plan, just know where your risk is. Okay, just know where your risk is. And when SPY starts to pump, Walmart starts to pull back. When SPY starts to pump, Walmart starts to pull back. My risk on Walmart is 130.90. So what we need in this case, what will help Walmart is if SPY comes into this area. So everything is providing a scalp opportunity and does this. All right, so those scalps are there. Scalps are there. Nvidia. Nvidia coming back into play. Just missed that. Nvidia was nice. Yeah, Nvidia came back into play, gave us another signal. So if you stayed on top of that left the station here. Boom, right there. After that nice entry provided via 15-minute time frame. So Nvidia starting to go. For the sake of Walmart, if SPY can reject off that zone up there, that'd be great. Looks like they want to move inversely to one another. Anyone TP on Walmart already? If you did, good. 16% in a matter of minutes is good. Win week done for the week. Calls on Walmart. Took profits on Walmart. Good. Beautiful job by design. I'm out before I start donating. Yeah, if you're done, guys, enjoy your weekend. All right. Kick off your weekend early. How we doing on YouTube, guys? YouTube. Nvidia breaking out. Yeah, Nvidia already left the station. So Nvidia came back and retested that level. Past 2 days, Nvidia provided some great opportunity. We took it. Look at this. Okay, came in. Nice bounce. Above 215.86. Those calls. So if SPY can reject off this, like we said, and has enough fuel to get below 737.11, that's going to give Walmart the room it needs to push into 131.36. But if SPY continues to pump, more than likely Walmart will hug that 9 or gravitate back towards the jaws of the last 5, 10, 15 minute range. Okay. So it is up 4%. Walmart. Ain't no one catching Nvidia for the second time. Nvidia, that was nice. Palantir, keep in mind, Palantir's IVs through the roof. They did report earnings this week. It's starting to cool off a little bit, but it just when a particular name reports earnings, right? I don't trade that name on that week. Okay, Walmart up 14 once again. Okay, so TP if you need to, guys. I'm going to move my stop to, I'm going to use that 9, close below that 9 as my stop. So no longer going to have this as wide of a risk. Or use this 5-minute candles lows right there. So reduce the risk surface. So Walmart, right, 14% again. If it gets into this 130, 136, it can get into the 20s and 25s. It goes above and beyond. Then we have that nice 30s, so on and so forth. So my first TP on Walmart, initial scale out will be at 130, 136. All right, see if you want more push into it. Okay. SPY, that mean reversion could possibly set up. Mean reversion can possibly set up. So when it does get at that territory, guys, on Walmart, okay, that is a double top. Okay, so we got to respect that. So that my initial TP will be at that double top. Walmart is up 26. We'll take a majority off right there. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, Walmart. And I want Walmart to continue to push back past that level. So Walmart back-to-back days on the lottos on Walmart. All right. See if we can hold above that level. Walmart up 28. First TP 26. I want SPY to get below 730, 711. We'll be good to go. Okay, beautiful job on Walmart, guys. Beautiful job on Walmart. Let's flash over to Walmart. Who took Walmart? All right. A lot of people sleep on Walmart. But Walmart is a good name. Okay, Walmart up 30, like we just said. I want the runners to stay above 130, 136. As SPY continues to dump, as SPY gets below that level that we just discussed, guys, that's going to give Walmart the leeway to run. SPY stay below 730, 711. Scale out on Walmart at 32% if you need to, guys. That's the first scale out by Shockwave. My stop will be a close below that 9 on the 1. I like how SPY is breaking down. All right, where does it come to? Starts to reject off of that. Okay. NVIDIA calls that brought my 375 to 750 now. 1760. Wow. Just entered NVIDIA on the retest. Last trade immediately down 10%. Yeah, NVIDIA very, very finicky here. So SPY is starting to slide. I want Walmart to stay above 130, 36. Stay above 130, 136. Okay, up 30% on Walmart. Yesterday we took Walmart for the lottos as well. Okay, Walmart started to create that separation. There goes SPY. Down goes SPY. My risk on Walmart is closed below that 9 on the 1. All right, where does SPY reject off of? Right there. Anyone take Walmart there? If you did, congratulations. 15%, beautiful job, real quiet. Now, who took Walmart yesterday and today? If you took Walmart yesterday and today, congratulations. Microsoft. Did provide a scalp opportunity on Microsoft on both the calls and puts. Microsoft in the middle of the range. Messy action here on Microsoft. After a nice, I believe it was a gap up on Microsoft. Or a gap down on Microsoft, actually. So Microsoft range bound, trading below prior day's lows. Couple of scalp opportunities. Okay, see if Walmart can hold this trail. Okay, did exactly what we wanted it to do. See if there's a little more meat left on the move. WMT. So best case scenario, guys, WMT goes flag off of this area. Okay, so that's what I'll wait for. SPY, okay, this is where it's playing. This is the playground for SPY. Rejection, 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 rejection. Starts to come back into this territory. So until one of these levels give, okay, it's trampoline brick wall type of scenario. Walmart, not volatile, good option for beginners. Yep, Walmart is a great one. I'll close Walmart there at 22. Okay, as it works towards that 9. So, okay, thank you very much, Walmart. Okay, so 28, 22. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All out on Walmart. So Walmart, this was the Walmart. Okay. I'll take it into the highs of the day. If you can get more room above it, good. If it can't, that'd be fine. Okay, one more lotto. I want to try to catch SPY here, guys. Okay, so we'll see if we can catch SPY. Again, not forcing the setup. But in between, I like to stay clean. Walmart, thank you for your services. You're no longer needed. But look at this, guys. Look at Meta. Is anyone still holding Meta from the time of entry? If you are, even if you went 1 DTE, all right, you might not have to trade on Monday. Okay, you lighten the load on Monday. Okay, so I'm looking for an opportunity on SPY here, guys. Couple of bounce opportunities available. The first one came in so fast, wasn't there for it. All right, this bounce we discussed is key zone. So what I'm looking for is mean reversion. All right. On either end, with a nice entry model. If you're looking for expansion, you want those levels to hold. If you're looking for breakdown, you want this retest level to fail. Nice bounce off that PMH. Who's done for the week, guys? Who's done for the week? So let's recap real quick. Okay, we took Apple today. 2 trades on Apple. Okay, up 11, stopped out. Wanted to hold through consumer sentiment. Didn't work in our favor. Came back, revisited Apple, reclaimed it. Took it for 28. Stopped out, break even on the runners, and then we went over to Meta. Meta played out nicely. Meta might be the trade of the day. Took the Meta puts, nice double-digit TP extraction, and then last one, Walmart. Okay. Now, Walmart's chart is messy. And let's see if we can get one more on SPY. If not, we'll be done. Look at that 5-minute chart on SPY, guys. It's as ugly as it gets. That's as ugly as it gets. Tesla, completely gone. Completely gone, guys. Tesla completely gone. Apple is below that VWAP. Some things that are possibly brewing. Google back above that 300-640. Nvidia back above that 216.80. Who's done for the week? Who's done for the week? Who's done for the week? Will this happen? Very possible. But typically when you get the cup and handle, right? When you get the cup and handle, you don't want the handle. You want the handle to be a portion of the cup. Right? Because what that's implying is buyers are stepping up on the inverse, but it's not enough to push it all the way there, and it starts to get weak and then drops. And when it gets all the way there, right, and then it can be interpreted as a gravitation back towards resistance after holding support. Right, so it becomes range bound. Because the point of the cup and handle, guys, it fits into the category of a reversal pattern. So what is it reversing? It's reversing the initial move. So typically cup and handle, the traditional one, is, price sells off, starts to round out, starts to come back. That's what a cup and handle will look like. Right? What is it reversing? It's reversing this. Right? As opposed to when price is range bound. When price is range bound, right? We're not looking for, it's just moving back and forth. When there's areas of support, areas of resistance, you're just doing this. Right, so it either wants to continue if it's coming from an uptrend or break down. But in the meantime, the best setups when it's range bound is support, calls off support, puts off resistance until proven otherwise. Your validation marker would be the breakdown or the breakout on either one of those ideas you're looking to take. So in this case, this is the support, calls here, puts there, because we're range bound. All right, so say if I take the puts here. If I take the puts here, just for an example, say if I take the puts here. All right, since I'm identifying, you know what, it's range bound, we're taking the puts here. My invalidation marker has to be, okay, that we just break out and continue. So until proven otherwise, so if you're looking for a breakout or breakdown, you need to flip this resistance into support. You need to flip the support into resistance. Nvidia is above that VWAP, so you can hold that VWAP. Nvidia push. And I like how you have yours on a nice, you got the EMAs there as well. So that nice little channel breaks down, then we'll be good to go. Meta, TP3. Low day coming on SPY, 1036. In and out Walmart, good, real quiet. Swing points are just points where price just swung the other way. All right, swing points are just levels where areas where price swung the other way. There are swing points everywhere. Again, you have to understand, guys, there are levels everywhere. There's not going to be a shortage of levels. Okay? There's levels everywhere. There's a distinct difference between levels and key levels. All key levels are levels, but not all levels are key levels. All key levels are levels. True. Okay, true. But not all levels are key levels. Why? Because if there's levels everywhere, if there's highs and lows everywhere on the chart, we will have 1,000 levels on the chart. So we need to have a way to say, what are the most important levels? Okay? So all key levels are levels, and all levels are not key levels. What are the most important levels? And how do we answer that? We answer that by saying, what levels is price likely to have the biggest reaction? Okay, biggest reaction. Levels. We just have just the normal reactions. Okay. So we don't need levels on our chart that we can have a normal reaction off of, because there's no way to discern what levels are important. So if you have level in your chart, you're just arbitrarily drawing highs and lows. You're going to have 1,000 levels in your chart. So what I would say is distinguish the difference between levels and key levels. Okay, because swing points are levels. And focus on these key levels. And these key levels are based on what the market gives you. Based on what the market gives you. Okay, market gives you these key levels. You don't choose these key levels. Market gives you these key levels. These levels, just ordinary levels, who chooses? You and I choose. Okay, choice. By choice. So that means it's subjective. So where I exist is here. I want to be as objective as possible because any level of subjectivity will lead me to insert my own feelings towards what price is doing. I want to avoid that. So my key levels are based on where price had the biggest reaction, based on the levels the market gives us. Ordinary levels are based on any swing point and swing highs and swing lows. You as a trader deem reasonable to take trades off of. So there's a certain element of subjectivity. And you don't know if it's going to be a normal reaction or oversized reaction. Is there a way to identify those levels in a more effective way by using this method? There is. Right? But when you use the key levels, right, you are in this camp. When you use just ordinary levels, you're in this camp. Right? So you have to be, or I would say the most important levels you have to have on your chart: daily upside breaker, daily downside breaker, daily 50% retrace, weekly upside breaker, weekly downside breaker, weekly 50% retrace, monthly upside breaker, monthly downside breaker, monthly 50% retrace, quarterly upside breaker, quarterly downside breaker, monthly 50% retrace, daily open, weekly open, monthly open, yearly open, quarterly open, all the opens. Have that on your chart. That's it. And then you start to plot things based on those levels, as opposed to arbitrarily picking random areas of support and resistance. Because I promise you guys, if you do enough technicals, right? I fell victim to this early in my career as well, right? Oh, support, this is support. It's just, you have hundreds of lines on the chart. It came to the point when I had lines everywhere, and because those lines are coming from historical reactions, and then when I'm trading real time, there seems to be levels everywhere, and I don't know if I should take calls or puts off that level. I don't know what to look for that level. Okay, so this is the main thing. Why? Because you have the biggest reactions off key levels. Regular levels, you have normal reactions. Okay, and these both are swing points. Okay, so this is the area I operate in. That's why I have the entire ebook, guys, for the members, that breaks down how I draw my levels to a T. Okay, so you want to make it as subjective as possible. Subjective as possible. Objective as possible. You want to make it as objective as possible. You don't want to make it subjective. Okay. Higher time frame supersedes lower time frame. Yep. So higher time frame. Think of it like this, guys. Higher time frame is where you get the levels. Lower time frame is where you make your execution entry. Because if you're trading options, especially if you're scalping, precision is everything. If you have a 4-hour candle like this with a massive range, a $5 range, you can't take 0 DTE calls or puts off that 4-hour candle without context. So you want to see something bullish on the intraday higher time frame and use an entry model being a proven way you're going to enter the trade to get the contracts that best put you in position to capitalize off the move on the lower time frame. So higher time frame is not going to give you the entry. Right? It's not going to give you the best entry over time. Okay, it looks like the president is scheduled to speak here. Meta. Look at Meta, guys. Meta's still inside that weekly range. It's headed towards that weekly downside breaker. That weekly downside breaker on Meta is at 600. Also, psychological level. So the 610 puts, guys, that we discussed earlier, they're at the money. They're in the money now. So for my diamond hand traders, that one got the job done. All right, so congratulations to the ones who took Meta. I'm done overtraded. Took too many contracts. One of my worst days ever. Yeah, on Fridays, guys, and sometimes it can happen. We get frustrated and we start to push. I know you'll bounce back, Firefly. You're a great trader. All right, we just have to. The ramping down, ramping up. SPY's not giving us much here, just range bound. I think it's waiting for the president. Okay, again, guys, make sure to like the videos, get the likes up. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. 100 likes will do the giveaway. We'll have the coverage of Rose Garden remarks. Walmart. Possibly. Walmart, bigger picture. It is creating separation away from a nice bound zone. But we're basically beyond that shockwave hour. We're beyond that shockwave hour. $110%. Big shout out to Wayne. And those contracts on Meta are nice and juicy. Right? So that's 110% is nice gain. Kudos to you, Wayne. Anyone else still holding Meta? Was green so far until today. Again, guys, the ones who are almost green and just a couple of mishaps, couple of stops today, don't be discouraged. Don't let one rough day, bad day define your entire week. Okay, there's going to be more opportunities tomorrow, on Monday. And it's not easy, guys. By no means are these market conditions easy. They're not easy at all. All right. They are not easy at all. So we're waiting for the Rose Garden. Rose Garden, and we'll look to wrap it up. We'll look to wrap it up after that. Any questions, guys? If you have any questions, let me know. Yeah, all-time highs are not easy to trade. I do have some traders on our team who don't trade all-time highs. Right, all-time highs are very, very tricky to trade. The candles price goes through price discovery. Starts to get a little whipsaw. Surprisingly today, no shenanigans. No major shenanigans candle. Our ATR is 55 cents per 5-minute candle, so it continues to be low. So either grab those highs here and or come retest this area this here. Yeah, Walmart did come for that retest. Walmart did come for that retest. Nope, out. Good. 110. Beautiful. Beautiful. I held that apple through 3 ups and downs and made money. It was scary. Tremendous job. That wasn't easy at all. For the ones, next week, guys, if you need to tighten up your risk, tighten it up going to next week. If you need to take profit more frequently, make the proper adjustments, okay? Put one thing in the chat you're looking to improve. One thing in the chat you're looking to improve. Yeah, I think the shenanigans will start once Commander-in-Chief takes the mic, and I don't know what time that is. It's scheduled for 12 o'clock. So it looks like the market is on standby until then. 100%. That's what they're saving it for. 100%. In the meantime, let's get the likes up. Let's get to 100 likes. We'll do a giveaway. There's Tesla at wrap. VWAP? You mean VWAP? No, not yet. Not yet. Again, guys, let's get the likes up. If you're interested in joining our community, let's talk about how to join our community, what we got going on. All right, if you're a first-time viewer, like the video, subscribe. Long-time viewers, if you've been watching for more than 3 episodes, and you want to level up your trading, make sure to join our community. All right. There's 3 payment options available in the monthly. In the monthly, we do have a trial 30 code available, 30% off your first month, to get a feel for what the community is about. Once that does fill up, 20 spots are available. Once that does fill up, only the quarterly and yearly are available. And what's included in your plan is live trading, screen share, pre-market prep stream, community chat access, our entire Discord, daily pre-market game plan, daily chart analysis, 24/7 stock market newsfeed, my ebook, trade recap channel, weekly group Q&A. So we do have Stocks After Dark tonight. Again, the ones who are YouTube members, Stocks After Dark is live on YouTube as well. That's when we go over everything. We answer some questions. We take your ticket requests, and we try to prepare ourselves for the upcoming week. Options flow data that comes with your plan as well. You have AI alerts, trade ideas, high win rate setups, AI-based ideas, day trade, swing trades, full library of past streams and private videos as well. 2,500 plus hours. If you do get the yearly, you have access to the bonus coaching call, a boot camp ticket included, and you have access to good tools and resources. So the benefit of the yearly, of course, is you have a boot camp, coaching call. The benefit of the quarterly, you save 5%, and the monthly is the trial if you use that code 30. If you use that at trial 30, you save 30% off. All right, so once that fills up, once 20 students do join, and it fills up, there will be no more spots available for the monthly. If you want to get in as through quarterly or yearly. All right, so make sure to take advantage of that monthly. If you've been tuning in for the 3 to 5 episodes, you're looking to level up your trading, make sure to do that. Today is the last day, guys. Last day. I'll leave this until probably Saturday. Once the site gets updated, this will no longer be available. Capitalize off this opportunity with Shockwave. One-time payment, lifetime access to our latest and greatest indicator. All right, so make sure to take advantage of that. If you do want to take advantage, go to smartactiontrade.com. I will drop the link in the chat on YouTube, in the chat in the Discord, if you want, in the Google Meets, if you're looking for this indicator on your own. If you want to take it on your own, apply it to some names as well. A lifetime access. Use the code now to save an additional 15%. All right, so lifetime access, that price increase will come once Monday rolls around. All right, once Monday rolls around, I'll probably have that site, everything updated by Sunday. or probably by Saturday night, everything will be updated. And this $4.97 price will no longer exist for that yearly option. So make sure to take advantage of that, so you can put yourself in position to capitalize off those moves. Okay, here's the link to Shockwave. Use the code now. Use the code now. That is the webinar code. And for those of you who did purchase Shockwave, guys, make sure to send me your username. I'm up to speed as far as everyone that did join or did purchase Shockwave, all the waivers. I'm up to speed. So again, if you don't have access to the indicator yet, send me a DM. Send me your TradingView username. Okay, let's get the likes up, and we'll do the giveaway here at 100 likes. So this Friday link. Okay, here's the link. Use the code now. Use the code now. Do we have any first-time viewers? So according to the chat, over 110 votes. 70% of the chat is green on YouTube for the week. We will do the end of the week poll here in our community as well. Who's done for the week, guys? Who's done for the week? DFTW. DFTW is in the chat if you're done. We're waiting for this to kick off. We'll have that coverage for you. Until then, if you're done, log out, decompress. If you're logging off, have a wonderful weekend. Stay safe. If you're hanging out and you're done for the day, don't take any more trades. And the closer we get to 12:30, all right, I probably won't even take that last trade on SPY. We'll see. We shall see. The one ripping and running is just MU. MU just can't stop making all-time highs. MU just can't stop making all-time highs. Maybe power hour. Okay, good. Green for the week. Waiting for him to speak before I try. Okay, good. So congratulations, BW6. Is this your second week or first week in the community? Let us know. Yep, ascending triangle. Upward sloping support. Horizontal resistance. Second week, congratulations. So if you are going to trade during the press conference, all right, best practice, be on lotto mode. All right. And sometimes what happens when you're in lotto mode, guys, if you lose a lotto, sometimes that you get that itch to trade again, and you're back in the game. So just be careful, guys. If you're done, be done. When you're a trader, it's always this: there's more ways to lose than to win. Okay, there's more ways to lose than to win. Your path to victory is like this. This is your road. All right, your road to self-destruction is like an 8-lane highway. Okay, your path to victory is like an alley. Okay, and your path to self-destruction is an 8-lane highway. So there's a lot of ways to lose. All right, there's infinite ways, countless ways to lose, but there's just very few ways to win. All right, so the odds are not in your favor at all times. As far as the technical side, right, you can make the odds work in your favor, but there's so many other things that are working against you. Meta reversal. Yep, Meta. Nice 2 down, 2 up on Meta. Okay, see if I can possibly, if we fall back under this. Where's the press conference kicked off already? Possible mean reversion here. The slow grind higher. 740 is not too far from where we are. We're riding those EMAs. Interestingly enough, not a peep from IWM today. Not a peep. MU continues to soar. TP2 hit already. AMD continues to soar. Intel continues to soar. So Intel's IV has been through the roof. Broadcom continues to soar. Tesla up 4. Apple to make all-time highs back below VWAP. Palantir, Meta. Okay, nice grab on SPY. If you took that mean reversion on SPY for a scalp, TP if you need to. Ideally, you can start at target at 737.11. If you have a tight stop, stop can be the highs of first shift or highs of the day. Okay, I'm going to go for a quick coffee refill, guys. In the meantime, I'll turn this on just in case they pop in. All right, let's get the likes up. If you're done, be done. If you have any questions, put your questions in the chat. 100 likes, we will do the giveaway. We're going to reduce it to 100 for today. We haven't done a giveaway all week. So again, make sure to like the video before 12:30. 100 likes, we'll do the giveaway. $58 for the day. Let's go. Yep, $58 is good. Right, remember, trading is scalable. All right, so what you want to focus more on is the process. Right, it's scalable. It's completely scalable. So it just matters on the number of contracts. NVIDIA looking to break down. Okay, my goodness, MU about to hit 1K. Yeah, MU is just ripping and running. To give you some context. Okay, MU is looking to crack 730. And one of our traders did catch MU. So MU, okay, their spreads are a little better today, but the only issue is IV is 112%. Okay, high stakes game. High stakes game. All right, high stakes game. Contract about $700 per con. Close $700 if you get it at the ask. Okay. We'll catch MU one of these days. All right, let MU come into play. We'll catch you one of these days. I believe, who was it? MU Marv, did you catch MU? It looks like Marv caught MU. And I think it was the good guy. The good guy. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. View shockwave signal. MU. There we go. So again, if something is going to move, shockwave will serve it to you on a platter. The biggest kryptonite for shockwave is this. This is kryptonite. I mean, it will provide you the scalp opportunities, but that's when it can start to get really trappy and frustrating. But if there's momentum behind a name, and if it's going to make that move, right, we'll give you that push. And MU never even came back with a retest. And MU is such a mover. $30. All right, so to give you some context, these contracts were $6.99. So that's 700 contracts. They're so deep in the money now. All right. Yeah, this is game changing. All right, so those 700 contracts at 9.53. All right, I know no one can catch the whole thing at all times, but I just want to give you some context. Context is key. At 9.53. Those contracts were around $12. $12 per contract. Those contracts now, they are $32. So $1,200 per con turned into $3,200. That's assuming in between you can take profit, but that's assuming you caught this whole thing. Right, so it doesn't necessarily mean you have to catch it for every part of the move. All right, but that just gives you a little bit of understanding of how much room there is, how much room there was to extract your profits. Shockwave paid for it today. Welcome to Golden Goose, Marv. We have another Golden Goose member. All right, so Marv crossed over to Golden Goose. So now just continue to master the indicator. Trade it how it should be traded. Manage your risk. And it's up and up from here. Okay. High V is dry. Goodness MU at 1K by the end of May. Let's take a look at. Let's take a listen to CNBC here real quick. Okay, while I refill my preferred caffeinated beverage.
Which is that it's going to end badly.
So what you're not going to do here, and I'm speaking to the viewers here, don't try to top tick this. Just let it go, and when it comes down like a
Let's
few
take a listen.
percent, just say that's good enough, okay? But I will say this.
But
I will say this though to the stocks that we're talking about.
That sounds like a dance until the music stops.
Well, that's exactly what it is. But why stop early? Why? Let's dance. Let's have some fun. Let's make some money.
Frankly, the most powerful factor in the market is momentum. He's right. There's none other. If I were selling today, I think you'd be saying, "What are you doing?"
No, I'm genuinely interested and curious as to how all of you who advise people.
So there is an element. Like this. There is an element of making sure your positions are right sized from a risk management standpoint. So if you're talking stock by stock, you might not want to get off the train. But if the stock becomes a very outside position within the portfolio and the valuation is a little scary, I think you can trim and still own. Listen, there's plenty of people that have bought great houses. They don't want to move, and sometimes when they get a little ahead of themselves, they're tempted to do things that maybe they shouldn't. I think Jim's an investor, and he's saying stay the course in that. There's others that may flip off a portion of their property to but maintain the exposure to the neighborhood.
And I'll say this quick thing, just on the memory run that we've seen. If you go back 3 or 4 years ago, these stocks had no pricing power whatsoever. So I think there's an element of the story that the business model is evolving and changing. I know the concern about cyclicality and double ordering, but the business model is shifting. So I do think you need to respect the momentum.
All right, coming up, stepping into the limelight, it's just not Anthropic, OpenAI, or SpaceX on their quest for the IPO. There's another notable name just filed to go public. Our Mackenzie Scalping is following that money for us. You'll be interested in it because you know the name. When we come back.
You can master your strategy, but performance could be limited by your instrument. Precision trading starts with the right instrument. Over the past 3 years, Interactive Brokers clients outperformed the S&P 500 on average. Like returns, trading costs compound. Interactive Brokers is built to lower costs through smarter execution. Access stocks, options, prediction markets, and more across 170 plus global markets. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Never miss a moment.
I wonder if there's satellites big enough for everybody.
There are billions of people around the world with no broadband connectivity. There's going to be more than one successful company.
Every company is an AI company today, and if you're not, you're going to fall behind. The key is AI going to disrupt you, or is AI going to enhance your business?
Algorithmic bots are a relatively new thing. You actually are starting to see some retail investors writing these themselves. Okay.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term policy?
Even a term!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit coventrydirect.com.
You shouldn't have to sacrifice your well-being for your workplace. That was the idea behind the original Veridesk, and it transformed offices all around the world. It proved that when you sit, stand, and move more, you can work happier and healthier. So whether you're furnishing a whole office or outfitting your home office, Veri has everything you need. Our best sellers are on sale at Veri.com.
You stole Snipe's water. You crushed two in like 21 minutes, and you stole his too.
I felt like 2 in the A block is my recommended daily allowance, and I might do 1 or 2 as
When you're getting ready to
allowance for the water can look good.
Can you please?
I don't want to be sitting next to him when the water load hits. Okay.
I mean, in terms of useful expenses for this program, seriously. All right. Anthropic, OpenAI, and SpaceX, they've sucked all of the water out of the IPO stream late.
Okay. Okay. Back. It looks like the press conference is about to kick off. New all-time highs right before that. We're grabbing first shift highs. See if we get back below it. See what some individual names are starting to move. MU gone. MU's up above 735. See if Nvidia can start to reclaim some levels. We're a couple of minutes away here. So anytime. So waiting Trump White House Rose Garden remarks. So this can go in any direction. It can go in any direction. Okay. Let's continue to listen. All right, so new shift upon us. 12:30 is here. 12:30 is here. 12:30 is here. Chip/AI bubble will pop. In my opinion, we are running out of room. Even if it does pop, I mean, the market, I don't think is going to go. There's so many buyers at so many levels. It's going to be hard for this thing to get below 10%. 10%, 15% is the new 20%. Let's put it that way. And 10% is the new 15%. All right. So for us to not even, for a few months ago, when the Iran situation started to kick off and escalate, the market was only down 9%. And that's as big of a catalyst you can get outside of a complete financial crisis or outside of some kind of global pandemic. Next to those two things, that's as large as it gets. We're on the cusp of World War III. It wasn't looking good at some point in time. And now we're in the 700s. So at this pace, 800s and 900s is very possible by next year. Does anyone remember when I said the $1,000 level on the on SPY when that's going to be? So we're now we're basically now 270 points away. So by 2028, 2029, we can be in the thousands. So going into 2030, all right, we can very well be trading in the thousands. Areas and the Volatile companies are working 100%. We're going to spend more on it. Yeah, even the CapEx. I was reading the comment there. Even the CapEx on AI. It's unbelievable. All right, so the biggest players are betting on it as well. So it would be one thing if it's just a cohort of retail of like very, very similar to the latest bubble we saw. Right, the NFT metaverse bubble. Right, you buy real estate in metaverse, metaverse. Out of all the companies, it was just one company that had that heavy allocation into the metaverse. It was Meta. So notice how everyone didn't jump into that space. It was just one. This time around, every company continues to increase their CapEx. So real dollars behind it. Then we're not just talking about AI, but they're actually looking to spend money today, and they have portions of the revenue allocated to be spent for the next 2-3 years at an increasing rate into the AI. The new rat virus? Wow. I never heard of that one. Is that a real thing? Okay, I might be a little behind. So part of my ignorance. Here we go again. I mean, if we just take a minute to reminisce, like the COVID days, that was a unique time in history. Everything was shut down. Right? Sometimes we forget, right? Because we're so desensitized. Okay, we grab those highs, see if we continue to push the downside. Targeting that 737.11. Right? Everything was shut down. Globally. Not just state to state. Country to country. Globally. Everything shut down. I think this time around, whatever virus does come up, the population is not going to comply. This is my opinion. It could be wrong. But especially like this generation, I don't think it's going to happen. Like you can get that much people to comply. Okay. At that rate, 2 times under a decade. It usually takes 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 years possibly to get that much people to comply. So even if it is like a really bad virus, that can be tough, because I don't think some people are not gonna think it's real. So hopefully 40%, that's a massive number. So hopefully that gets contained and eradicated. So provide a nice little breakdown, comes into this area, goes back to upside. Here we go.
And a great tribute to all of us.
President speaking.
Why don't we sit down? We've got plenty of time, right? Special people, very special people. And I hope you like what we're doing. Did everybody get to see the Presidential Walk of Fame? Right? And you have some of your favorite presidents there, some of your least favorite presidents. Some were good, some were great, some were terrible. But that's the way life goes, right? And you notice the roses. This is a rose garden, and we added a lot of roses, I will tell you. This was a rose garden that didn't have too many roses, and if you look now, we cornered the market on roses, and you deserve them. So thank you for being with us in this beautiful spring, this gorgeous spring day. The very famous rose garden has been famous for a long time. They let it get a little bit out of control, but now it's brought back to the highest level. And, you know, where you're standing or sitting right now is white stone, and that was grass. And the problem with it is you couldn't walk on it because this was built on a wetland, and the grass was always soaking wet. It didn't matter. It was always soaking wet, absolutely. And so when Brooke Rollins would get up and start making a magnificent speech, and she'd be standing in mud, and she'd say, I ruined my shoes. Her speeches would never be as good as they could have been because she was always concerned about ruining her shoes. But people would come here, women would come with the high heels, and it wasn't a pretty picture. So after about 150 years, we gave up in the grass, so we said, let's build it so we can use it. And now we have lunches here, we have dinners here, and it's nice and it's cool. The white reflects the sun, so you don't, although it does go in my eye right now, I noticed. I didn't anticipate that, but it's a great place. It's a great place, and we do news conferences, we do everything. And right up here, you probably noticed the new black granite, and it's been so well received. People can't even believe it because the stones were all broken and really in bad disrepair, and it's really become great. And we added the pictures of the presidents from George Washington to a guy named Trump. And people really, they've loved it. We call it the Presidential Wall of Fame or Walk of Fame. We say you can call it either. Do you like walk or wall? Ready? Walk, Presidential Walk of Fame. Presidential Wall of Fame. Same. That's the same. I would call that a tie. But I want to thank you all for being here. It's amazing. The weekend we celebrate Mother's Day, honoring the women who raised us and all of the wonderful mothers in our lives, of millions of American families. Sunday will be filled with love and gratitude and joy. I had a great mother, by the way. And today we're honored to be joined by many strong and truly heroic moms who have stood up for their children, both in life and in a very profound loss. Very, very terrible in many, just terrible loss, many cases. And we have a lot of the greatest people on earth, angel moms. They're with us today. They're great people. They've been through so much, and I got to know so many of you during my first days of running. I got to know you and I got to love you. But we want to thank you for being here. Mother's Day is one of the great days. I always think so fondly of my mother. I had a wonderful mother. Among those with us this afternoon are a number of the angel moms who saw their precious...
See if we can crack back below that 747.11, 737.11.
Open borders. I call them stupid borders, not open. I call them stupid borders. By stupid people that put them there. And the migrant criminals that let them pour into our country, and bad things happened. Bad things happened. 25 million people came into our country. Many of them were criminals. Many of them were murderers. They allowed them in with their open border policy of stupidity. These incredibly brave and resilient women have turned terrible tragedy into unyielding resolve, becoming advocates so that their mothers do not have to endure the same hard.
Okay, nice little slide. If you took that mean reversion, all right, nice breakdown. Break below 637.11, starting to roll. Has room to PMH.
So many years. In many cases, I see some of you I've known you for years, and others are unfortunately new members of that club. And I say unfortunately, it's a sad thing. Should have never happened. Should have never happened. In their honor, we've rapidly turned the worst and most dangerous border in the history of our country into the strongest border in American history. We have no people come in during the last 11 months. We have zero. Nobody even tries to come up. You know, you used to read about the thousands of people that would pour in and they'd just come up in caravans. I think it was my name I came up with. It looked like a caravan. 25, 30,000 people pouring up. They walk through Mexico. They come from all different locations. Come from all over the world, actually. But they came in through our southern border, and they'd come up and just let them walk in. They'd walk in. Nobody had any idea who they were. They were murderers. 11,888 murderers. They were allowed to come into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. Many of them murdered more than one person. What a shame. What a disgusting shame. That people can even think that this is okay is pretty incredible. But for the past 12 months, that's been our number. These numbers are done by people that the numbers when I say zero, I actually mean zero. It's hard to believe, actually. But they're done by people they tend to be somewhat on the left. So they're not going to give us a fair shake. And they say that, people don't come anymore because they know they're not going to get through. So when they know they're not going to get through, they just don't come. And just on that, we save a lot of lives, because that journey up from Honduras and El Salvador and lots of other countries, or from the Congo, where they drop them there and they walk up and they come through our country. They emptied the prisons of the Congo into the area of the southern border and then told them to just walk in because stupid Americans are going to accept you beautifully. And these were hard, mean, vicious criminals they allowed into our country. How anybody can vote for these people is hard to believe, okay? It's hard to believe. But to a friend of mine, Marianne Mendoza. Marianne, where is Marianne? Where are you, Marianne? I got to know you right from the beginning, right? And I won't ask her that, but I would often ask, is it easier with time? Because time has gone by. Marianne, no, it's not. Sadly, it's not. You always hear it with time, but a lot of people say it's not easier. But you're a special woman. I've gotten to be a friend of yours. You're a special woman. What you have to go through is disgraceful.
We have a little more room to drop into PMH. Nice little breakdown below 737.11. So no comments pertaining to the Middle East. No comments yet. No comments pertaining to any trade affairs. We'll continue to listen for those keywords.
That much. It doesn't help like it should. Jacqueline Medina, a great person. Where is Jacqueline? Jacqueline, where are you? Thank you, darling. Thank you. And so many others that I want to thank you for coming. And I don't think you've been treated properly. It's hard to believe, but the angel moms have not been treated properly. But this president treats you properly. I can't speak for others, but this one treats you properly. And we love you all, and all I can say is our hearts are out to you on Mother's Day, and you have a good Mother's Day. Go and have a good Mother's Day. In securing our border, we've also made tremendous strides in stopping the flow of illegal drugs into our country. The flood of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by 59%, and the drugs coming in by sea are down by 97%. 97%. And we're trying to figure out who the 3% are, because they are the bravest people on earth. You see how we stop them by sea. You know, for years they'd go and catch the boat, bring them to court, they'd go in, they'd go out. By the time of the evening, they'd be back on another boat, bringing drugs in. So we gave them warning, and we don't do that anymore. We do it much more efficiently. But think of that, down by sea. A lot of them came in, about 50%. It's down 97. Now we've started a very strong. The sea was more difficult, and now we've started land, and you'll see it coming down. It's come down a lot, but you'll see it coming down. They come through Mexico for the most part. We have a problem because the cartels rule Mexico, and nobody else. The cartels, they just rule it, and you know, we lose 200,000 people a year through this poison that pours into our country. So we have the sea done, meaning the ocean, the waterways, pretty much done 97%, and we're going to have the land done very soon. I want to thank the brave moms fighting the epidemic of drug addiction here, and this afternoon, including Ann Funder. Ann, you here someplace? Ann Funder does a great job. Wow, good. That's a great job you do, Ann. Stephanie Rowe. Stephanie, thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. Behind the cameras there, Stephanie. Thank you very much. And a friend of mine, Jackie Siegel, who's a great mom, great mother. Thank you, Jackie. I've known her for a long time. She looks better now than she did 20 years ago, right? Thank you very much, Jackie. Last summer, it was my great honor to sign the HALT Fentanyl Act into law, and we'll never give up on that mission for ending the drug epidemic in America. We've come a long way, though. We've stopped massive amounts of drugs from coming in. This afternoon, we're also joined by some of the most extraordinary mothers our nation has ever produced, our cherished Gold Star moms. These are Gold Star moms. These mothers raised up children so selfless and so devoted that they volunteered to wear the uniform of our nation and lay down their lives for all of us. One of those mothers is Janice Chance. Janice, where is Janice? Thank you. Thank you, Janice. Hi, you look great. That's a beautiful hat. Thank you, Janice. Who lost her son, Marine Captain Jesse Melton, and I heard he was an outstanding. They give me lists and they tell me about people. You know, they said that Jesse was outstanding, Janice. They have the word outstanding. Thank you for being here. Just before he went to Afghanistan in 2008, Jesse told his mother, "Mom, I want to go change the world and make it an even better place. I want to make it a better place, Mom." Just before his 30th birthday, even though he had the day off, Jesse volunteered to take the place of a fellow Marine, and that of his brother-in-arms could be present for the birth of a daughter. That day, Jesse gave his life for our country. Jesse was struck down that day by helping somebody else. And Janice, I want to say America is a strong and free nation today because of people like your great son, and we want to thank you for being here. Thank you very much, sir. I also want to express my love for the moms with us whose extraordinary heroes gave their lives in the terrorist attack at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. I got to know you very well, very well. And these are phenomenal people. We went to a club I own in Bedminster, New Jersey, which is beautiful. They played music. They said, "You actually think he's coming out?" They said, "Yeah."
Not a lot of action so far. We did get the nice little breakdown after grabbing those highs. Couldn't get all the way to PMH. Let's continue to listen here.
Looking at the sky, thinking about those wonderful people. Abbey Gate, very well known. Should have never happened. That should have never happened. That was incompetence by the Biden administration. So to Alice Lopez, you know that, right? Yeah, we know that. To Alicia Lopez and Paula Knaus, Self, Coral, Persino, and to all of the Abbey Gate moms, we're thinking of you in this Mother's Day. And again, we had you to the White House. We had you to, I was over at a very beautiful cemetery, as beautiful as they can be, but, you know, it's a sad occasion. We went over and we paid our respects, but we lost great people that day. We shouldn't have lost any people that day. Gross incompetence. This Mother's Day, we're thinking of all of those incredible moms, and we're doing everything in our power to support them and millions of other mothers all across America. And we're blessed to have many wonderful mothers serving in this administration, including Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, who's doing a phenomenal job. Thank you very much. And the first woman ever to serve as a White House Chief of Staff. She's become a legend, Susie Wiles. She's amazing. To help American families and mothers, we passed a great, big, beautiful bill, the largest tax cuts in American history. We expanded the child tax credit to $2,200 from a much lower number per child, and delivered the largest expansion of school choice in American history. We have school choice all over now. We had virtually none. Everybody loves school choice with accounts. We have a very special thing, the Trump accounts, where we're helping families to set aside tax advantage savings for their children's future, and we are giving every American newborn child $1,000 automatically to invest and to grow over the course of their lives. And I want to thank the Dell family. It's a great family. He is amazing. She is amazing. They've done such a job of that. They put up a lot of money too. Put up $6,250,000,000. That's somebody. And he started making computers on his bed in college and selling them because they were better than other computers. And I said, "How did you do that?" He said, "Well, I did it, and I just never stopped. It just kept going." So go out and buy a Dell. They're great. We're also working to make it easier.
Keep a close eye on Dell stock. It might take a push here.
IVF, cutting regulatory battles and barriers and fighting to bring down the cost of living. So
look at that spike on Dell. $3 spike with that comment.
And it's a dream of living just a good life, maybe a great life. We cut drug prices now with the favored nations, most favored nations. We cut them by 70, 80, 90%.
Dell is running. Dell is running.
600, depending on the way you phrase the statement. But we now play. So when I was here, this was a big ambition. Right at the beginning, I was able to cut them a little bit, but I didn't cut them. I cut them more than anybody else, which was a little bit. Because for 28 years, drug prices and prescription drugs only went in one direction. And when I came back, we now did something that everybody said was impossible. Favored nations. We had the highest drug prices in the world by far. Now we have the low.
Dell is ripping, guys. Dell is ripping. With those comments, he said, "Go buy Dell." All right, and look at Dell, guys. It's up $8. Wasn't doing much before that. $8 spike.
That we've done. Drugs that were costing in London $10 for a pill would cost $130 for a pill in the United States. And now, if it's $10 or if it's $20, that's what we pay. We pay the lowest price anywhere in the world, so it's great. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it, but that's why I talk about it, because we have no choice. We have to. So I just want to, again, I want to thank everybody for being here. It's so important. We do things like we keep men out of women's sports, a very popular issue. We stopped transgender mutilization of your children for everyone. We don't have that. But I want to thank every single mother here this afternoon and all across our nation for your work every single day. America's moms are really raising the future of our country, the most important. You have the most, we don't call it a job because when you love it, it's not a job, but for this purpose, you have the most important job there is in America or any place else, and you're doing an incredible job. I just want to wish you all a very happy Mother's Day. We're going to have a great Mother's Day, and for those mothers that lost their child, many of whom are with us today, the angel moms and others, Gold Star moms, we love you especially. We love you maybe even.
Dell is up almost $10 after that comment, guys. Dell's up almost $10 after that comment. Don't chase, all right? Don't chase. Just something to pay attention to. I'm not sure if it's done. Let's take a look.
This way, please, guys. Grab your stool. Guys, move.
All right, there you have it, folks. Nice little spike on Dell after the Dell comments. All right, that is a pretty cool thing, guys, to give $1,000 for every newborn American. All right, $1,000 automatically, probably in SPY. All right. Just imagine. That's a good little head start. All right, $10 pop on Dell. So Dell, outside of Dell, everything is kind of where it was. We did see a nice little grab of those highs. Mean reversion played out nicely, took some time. Got below this level, came back for that retrace. Eventually rejected. Right, not the cleanest price action here. IV is below 50 cents per 5-minute candle. Below 50 cents per 5-minute candle. Apple and Amazon trying to hold. Let's take a look at Apple and Amazon. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Make sure to like the video. Let's try to crack 5,100 subs today. 5,100 subs today. The goal is to get to 6K. Dell, yeah, if you do trade Dell, right, don't trade things based off of comments, guys. The IV on Dell just spiked to 124%. These spreads are $20-$25. So that's close to 20% spread, 15 to 20% spread. So if you do take it, you're going to be down anywhere from 15 to 20% right off the bat if you get to ask. It was just something I wanted to bring to your attention. A halado 30% for chasing on Dell. Okay, let's see. By the time it closed, it was even. Yeah, so it moved so quickly. So SPY, the bulls did their job for the week, guys. The bulls did their job for the week. Tremendous job by the bulls. Let's take a look at the bigger picture here. All right, what's at stake next week? What's at stake next week? What's at stake? If you have any chart requests, we'll go over some charts. And we'll look to wrap up the show here. So look at this, guys. SPY. From those lows, we're up 100 and close to 109.17%. Year to date, SPY is officially up 8%, close to 8%, 7.6%. Okay, less than 30 trading days. This has to be one of the most historic runs we've seen in 28 trading days. 39 days in total, including the weekend, so 40 days, close to 40 days, right? But look at that run up to the upside. One for the books. One for the books. All right, so on the monthly, guys, bulls are in full control. Bulls are in full control. If you're tuning in early this year, we discussed some things, some opportunities on the monthly. Bulls are in full control. All right, so bigger picture, monthly is as strong as can be. Look at the quarterly, strong as can be. Look at the 12-month, strong as can be. Okay, 12-month, who's in charge? Past 3 years, bulls have been in charge. But last year we saw a dip. Okay, from the high, we saw a dip and a quick push back up via tariffs. Okay, the tariff fiasco. Okay, up 21%. And we recovered, and then from that point on, we just took off. And from relatively off that yearly open, we went all the way into 16% on the year. This year, okay, Iran situation. After making an all-time high, we dip for about 9%, and then from the open, we rip for so far 8%. So if we follow the same trajectory, right, and we're going to be up like 15 to 20%. By the end of the year, we can see, all right, just a rough estimate, we can see SPY above 780. Okay, 780, and if we go up 20%, we can see SPY in the 820s. Okay, so SPY has a shot. If it turns into a monster bullish year, a 20% return year, SPY can be above 800. Right, if it's just a 15% year, 780s. If it's a 10% year, right, we're almost there right now, 750s. Right, so we still have more than 7 months to go, 7.5 months to go. Right, you can see we have 7 months and 24 days. All right, 7 months and 24 days. So the past, now 3 years, we did see some major pullbacks, but it continues to push. Okay, so from the yearly perspective, bulls are in control. From the monthly perspective, bulls are in control. So if you're looking for a monthly reversal, you're going to have to see 1 month of weakness followed by another month of continuation. Very similar to what we saw here. On the weekly, who's in control? Okay, not SPY. On the weekly, who's in control? Bulls have been in control. During this time, we discussed watch out for the two candlestick combination. Bulls have been in control for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. This run, this 6-week run. Okay, let's go back when the last time we had a 6-week run was. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, that's inside, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We had a 6-week run here in September 2024, all the way to the end of October. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. When was this? This was the 2023 lows. Okay, 2023. We talked about how this is a hybrid between 2023 and 2025. Okay, we got as low as 11%. After that, we went on a 9-week run. 9-week run. Okay. So as of now, there's no signs of selling on the weekly. No bearish candles, no weak bullish candles. This is bullish as can be. So if you're waiting for weekly reversals, wait for a 2 candlestick combination to the downside. All right, on the daily. Okay. The bulls step up the very next day or a couple days later. Okay, so all-time highs are essentially inevitable. And this streak we're seeing here, now we have a three-peat. 1, 2, 3. This is the second time we did this year. Okay, we had our three-peat here. We actually went 4 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, this was before all-time highs. So as soon as we made all-time highs, we had 1, 2, 3. If you remember, that was on a Friday. We talked about how we used the analogy of the Michael Jordan analogy. If the Bulls can go three-peat Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, okay, retire during the weekends and come back for some more. So that comes back into the picture today, or to this week. So 3 days in a row of all-time highs. Okay, to take a break on the weekend, of course. And can we go on a three-peat again? And this thing continues to push forward. If you're looking for that pullback entry on the daily, the 9 will give you, line the 9 up with something. Jaws the gap here with the 9, can present an opportunity. Okay, outside of that, this thing continues to rip and run. All right, the bulls are in full control. RSI, it's going to be overbought. Okay, it can remain overbought for as long as it needs to. All right, for it to get extremely overbought, the level that I have is at 80. I use the 80, okay? The only time we got to 80 on RSI was in 2024, 2023, 2020. Okay, those are the 3 times. We're not there yet, so that's the extremely overbought territory. We have the traditional overbought at 70, right? That can happen, right? But the extremely overbought is 80 territory, so we don't come into that area very frequently. But when we do, homework assignment would be what happened at those times. Okay, go back and see what happened at those times. All right, so you can't just depend on the RSI on its own. And that's pretty much where we are. All right, as far as some individual names, if we take a look at it on the daily, since at the end of the week, look at MU. MU's gone. AMD's gone. Intel gone. Tesla starting to rock and roll. Okay, Broadcom. Okay, here we go. AMD. This on Sunday we talked about this AMD. So bigger picture, I could have done a better job on staying on AMD, even for some swings off that 2-on-2. In that area, we discussed that on Stocks After Dark on Sunday. If you missed that episode, go back and watch. That's available. If you're a YouTube member, you have that available as well. Go back and see what we were talking about on Sunday. We talked about pay attention to this particular setup. Okay, between Tuesday and Wednesday. Wednesday, Amazon, Google, gone. Okay, Exxon has spent some time here. So the head and shoulder on Exxon is coming to fruition. So if oil, crude takes a nice slide to the downside, we can start to see Exxon collapse to that 134 territory, 135 territory for about a $9 to $10 drop next week. Oil breaks those lows, continues to sell off. I'll give you the exact level on that. Okay, so again, if crude starts to break down here, starting to get tight. Okay, symmetrical triangle. Okay, if this continues to tighten and this starts to crack, we start to do this and get below 88, start to head towards 85 territory. Okay, ExxonMobil, head and shoulder. We just need this neckline to fail. Okay, that's going to open up the puts next week. Microsoft stuck in the mud. Okay, Palantir daily stuck in the mud. Google, JPM, some activity there. JPM, okay, starting to slide. SNDK out of here. Okay, so that just gives you a quick idea of some of the things we're looking for. Okay, caught 24 points on that rally on MNQ Micros. Beautiful job, Gary. Good. Who's done for the day, guys? We'll do the end of the week poll. Folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Now we'll look to wrap it up here in about maybe another 10-15 minutes. Okay, today is the last day to grab Shockwave. You can't chase Dell because you're up. You can't sell it. I couldn't sell it. Was up $1,000, and now I'm down 180. I couldn't sell it. Yeah, sometimes it happens so fast, especially those names that don't have that liquidity. It's hard to exit. Okay. So what are some things you guys looking to improve going to next week, guys? Put in the chat. We'll do the end of the week poll. Last trade today, very similar to yesterday, was Walmart. Okay, was Walmart. Back-to-back days on Walmart for our last trade. Came to the rescue. If we're at, let's see how many likes we got. Let's at least get to 120 likes. 120 likes. All right, if we can get to 120 likes, we'll do a giveaway. Okay, 120 likes within the next 90 minutes. We'll do the giveaway. We're currently sitting right at one. Let me take a look. Close to 108. We're at 108. Okay, let's get as close as possible to 150. 120, if we can get there, we'll do the giveaway. 150, that'd be ideal. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. I'm up 342%. Dell really enjoyed that comment. Look at Dell, guys. Beautiful job, USMC. All right. It's up $14. Anyone else take Dell as a lotto? All right. All right. The reason why Dell is pumping, if you're just joining on live, we were watching the president's address from the garden, from the Rose Garden, and he talked about how Michael Dell, the Dell family, had some contributing factor to the savings account provided to all Americans that are born. All right, all the babies that are born in America, they get $1,000. And he said, go buy Dell. He said, go buy Dell. And now a lot of people are going to buy Dell. All right, literally. We're seeing it take place in real time. He literally said, go buy Dell. All right, now maybe someone will make a post about it on X or something, right? They'll say, hey, you know what? President tweeted this. Look at the chart. So Dell is the winner. So one of our traders caught it. 342%. Which contracts, USMC? The 260s? If you're 304, you're probably deep in the money now from the time you bought it. 250s. Wow, nice. And the Ivy continues to crank up on Dell because now there's a lot of movement coming in. I used to use Dell. I think they're better than HP. I think all of them are kind of in the same category. HP, Dell, as far as products are concerned. Right, they have their high-end, their mid-tier, their low-end products. What I like is the Apple products. Right, I did recently just buy the new MacBook. Right, I'm going to start building my travel setup. Okay. The stream you're currently watching is being run from a Mac Mini. The MacBook Pro that I had prior to this one was the one from 2020, and it's still good to this day. Right, I had that. This is the one with the sliding touch bar. All right, so the last time I had a non-Apple laptop as my go-to is probably when I was working. At that time, I did have the Lenovo from work. That one had like an i9 processor, and I ended up buying the same computer that I had at work because it was so powerful. And that was the last time I had a non-Mac computer. I couldn't get used to Apple. Stuck with the thing with Apple is once it traps you in the ecosystem. Okay, it traps you in the ecosystem. You have an iPhone, okay, you get the iPad, and then and now if you get the iPad, you have the iPhone, you have a MacBook, you can seamlessly move files around. You can seamlessly use your iCloud. You can seamlessly use things. And then now if you start to add a different vendor into the equation, it just throws off the ecosystem. It just throws everything off. Next week, possibly out of the 5 days, maybe we make more all-time highs. Maybe out of the 5 days next week, we at least make all-time highs on 2 of the 5 days. It just depends on what we got. Okay, we just finished the big chunk of earnings. We have NVIDIA reporting earnings, and then ahead of us we have CPI. Okay, Fed chair nomination vote on Monday. We have CPI on Tuesday. We have PPI on Wednesday. We have retail sales on Thursday, and then Friday. All right, complete silence. Right. If there's no developments that are huge in the Middle East, more than likely we can continue to see more all-time highs next week. If this data is favorable, probably 2 more times next week, because there's a lot of buyers that are probably still on the sideline that want to get activated. And back, they do have good products, so they do last. Whenever I had a Windows or Dell or HP, I couldn't get more than 2 years out of them. I couldn't get more than 2 years out of it. But I would recommend is, right, if you're on like a spending budget on building your setup, all right, you can grab the Mac Mini. You grab the Mac Mini. All right, you don't even have to get the M4 Pro, the M4 Pro chip. You can just get the regular M4. All right, the one that just, even if you can get the Mac Mini, the M3, but if you get the M4, that runs you about $600. Okay, get a monitor, $100. Monitor, $100. Monitor, $100. All right, if you're on a three setup system, and then of course you get the proper adapters. Keyboard, okay, probably like $80. And mouse, you have to have a good mouse. Mouse, at least $100. You have to have at least for me, I have to have a hyperspeed mouse. After using a hyperspeed mouse, once you're used to it, you can't use any other mouse. All right, because you have to be able to move really quickly. So 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, probably run you around $1,200 to build yourself a really good setup. All right. If you want 3 monitors, you can just do 1. Right? And that's also an investment because that's your workstation. Instead of getting, if you don't want to get the MacBook or spend like $1,500 to $2,000, $2,500, that would be a good low cost setup to get you going. Yep. Mondays and Fridays, scale fast. Tuesdays and Thursdays, you can hold longer. Right? That's why we ease our way into Mondays and we ramp down on Fridays. You got it, Gary. All right. The reason why we have the ramp down Friday, using less size on Friday, I always emphasize that, is because it's like, especially if you're green guys, you're right there at the goal line. All right, the last thing you want to do is throw an interception or fumble the ball. Okay, sorry. I mean, Seahawks fans, you guys have been you've been redeemed. You won the Super Bowl this year, but very similar to that goal line interception. So you're right there on Fridays. You're tired. Sometimes you want to get it over with. Maybe you're overworked from work. You have a lot of pressure on the personal. All right, especially if you have a family, if you have kids. All right, sometimes they can add a different seasons. They can add more challenges on your plate. All right, so everyone is tired in the household possibly. So again, those Fridays you have to do whatever you can to protect yourself. SPY's not doing much, guys. Already made all-time highs. If we can get 120 likes, we will do the giveaway here. If you have any questions, put your question in the chat. Yeah, Microsoft is starting to fuel up. Good call, Jimmy. They did get back about VWAP. Tesla, looking to test some key levels here. Previous target on Tesla being put to the test. Tesla. And VWAP is right underneath. So channel support, key level, VWAP, price action combo for the bounce. Outside of that, we are seeing one more bounce off that VWAP. I asked this last time, but who has a good travel setup? Who has some recommendations? I forgot to make note of those monitors. Who has really a travel setup that they use, go to? Who can make a monitor recommendation? Monitor recommendations. For travel setups, I can use some recommendation. You look better than you did when you were 20 years old. Yeah, if you have an iPad with the MacBook Pro, okay, then you can do sidecar, which is pretty cool. You can use the iPad as a monitor, but you can't do it for two iPads. If you can do it for two iPads, that would be really good. Can you send me what the monitors are, Shazam? I did see some that look really nice. I've been searching for some nice ones. All the ads I'm getting are monitors. All my YouTube ads are monitors. Yeah, Apple's ecosystem can't beat it. And it's very sticky. Once you go into the Apple ecosystem, it's very hard to get out. Yeah, QQQ is nice and clean. Good call, Turbo. So I'm shutting it down for the rest of the week, guys. I'm done. All right. The last trade will be Walmart for the week. Qs are just... Looks like the Qs want to catch SPY. All right. Qs are at 710. SPY's at 737. So it's going to be a race to 800. The race to 800 between the Qs and SPY is on. All right. I'm not saying it's going to take place within the next week, but overall, all right, bigger picture, in the next 12 to 18 months, all right, who's going to get to 800 first? So put in the chat. Which index at some point in time, no timeline, as long as it takes, which is going to go to 800 first? Is it going to be SPY or is it going to be QQQ? SPY is at 737. QQQ is at 710. SPY or QQQ. Cool thing is you can have both. New all-time highs once again on SPY. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Let me pull it up. Okay, nice, 15.6. Yep, I see it. 4K. I pair this with my HP laptop. I believe the Mac is, I think it's 16 inches, the MacBook. Okay, so always reinvest, guys. If you are building your setup, say if you started trading with your phone and eventually, hey, you know what? You got to take some of your profits. If you are seeing profits, and first start to invest in your rig, in your setup. Okay, and then maybe go to get a MacBook or get a laptop, get some screens. All right. Keep reinvesting. It's kind of like a drip. Okay. Dividend reinvestment program. Whatever tools, workstation, have all that stuff. Because all those things are an investment. You get it once. And you have it for as long as you have it. Right? You have it for a good at least 2 years if you take care of the stuff properly. All right, so always get the latest. Not the latest, but always get some good equipment for yourself. Especially if you're looking to do this long term. All right, you can't just have a screwdriver in your pocket and expect to build a house. All right, you're going to have more tools. All right, you can start with a screwdriver. You're learning the trade. Okay, you go from screwdriver to drill. You learn how to do all these different things. You put more things in your tool belt. But you don't want to stay at screwdriver for 10 years. Okay. 15, 17, 27, iPhone Max, iPhone Pro Max. Yeah, you can do a lot with even with the iPads, guys, with the newer iPads. You can do a lot. All right, you can do a lot. Even with if you're super mobile, like, of course, I have a stream. I have a lot of things I got going on multiple screens. But if you're just trying to be as light as possible, you can probably do iPad, iPhone, if you already have a phone. All right, get yourself an iPad, get yourself that pen, a nice pen. You can do your technicals, you can do execution on your phone. So it's not necessary to have. You don't need to have 3, 4, 5 screens to be successful. But just be efficient. Okay, looks good. Okay, any questions on YouTube, guys? We look to wrap it up here. As always, thank you for tuning in. Yeah, the resolution does look good. I just looked at it. She's I believe I have a 27-inch. My monitors are 27-inch. I think they're 27. I have 3 27s. The person who has the best setup, right, the coolest setup in the group, I believe is Doctor. If Doctor is still in there, at some point in time he posted a setup. I believe he has six monitors, monster setup. He's somewhere. I think if he's in the chat, maybe he'll post it. Yeah, for traveling, you can get away with iPad, MacBook. You want something light, 100%. You want to make it look like you're working. You want to make it look like you're working. The key is you got to make it seem harder than it is. Because you can very well click a button, 10 minutes, you're done. All right, so sometimes you got to make it seem harder than it is. Make sure at least you get resolution. Microsoft trying to make calls. Okay, calls on a spy, Wolverine. Okay, nice. That's the travel monitor. That's a good size. What size is that? Nice and clear. 15.6, 3.2 ratio. Absolutely real quiet. Enjoy your weekend, guys. We're going to look to wrap it up here. I intentionally sized down to protect the weak profits and still came out green. Beautiful job. Good job on sizing down. On Friday, size down, protect. It's either protect or don't play. All right, so again, over the weekend, make the proper adjustments, guys. Review your journal. Being the best trader you can be is within you. Is not anywhere on the outside. Is not anything that I'm offering. Is not in some video you're going to watch. You have all the tools necessary to be successful. So make sure to review. Make sure to refine a few things in your game, and come back next week. Okay, ready to take action. Ready to follow your system. Refreshed. Spent some time away from the charts, 12, 16, 18 hours, at least 12 hours out of your 48. Okay, at least 12 hours out of your 48. Okay, get back to doing some of the things that you didn't attend to over the weekend or during the week. Okay, and start to really take that time to rejuvenate yourself, to recover. All right, in the long run, it's going to help you. In the short term, you might not notice it, but if you do this every day for years and years and years and years and years, you'll start to grind yourself down if you don't have these micro breaks, aka the 2 days you have. All right, if you're on that constant grind, all right, a lot of you ask me, hey, how come you don't get burnt out? All right, because I have things in place to make sure I don't get burnt out. And the mission and the why is at the top of my mind. Right? So I come refreshed every week. So there is no burnout, for me at least. That's my way to mitigate that. All right. So again, just like anything else, if you're just going, all right, take some time, pause, even if it's to the upside. If you're just on a parabolic winning streak, all right, you don't want to take the time after you take a big loss and you're forced to take some time. Take some time on the way. Take some time on the way as you're climbing. Okay, so either way, whether big loss, big win, break even, worst week of your career, best week of your career, subpar week, just another week, whatever it is, the one thing we all have in common is making sure we go back, review the things we did, look to improve some things, and rejuvenate ourselves to give ourselves the best chance next week. This week is done. It's over. There's nothing we can do today or tomorrow while looking at the charts to make back anything or to get back anything we did during the week. All right, so all we're doing is position ourselves next week to be as sharp as possible. All right, for me, I want to be a little sharper. And I want to be a little sharper. There's a couple of times where I'm going to go back and watch the tape, but it's a couple of times where I was stuck between two ideas. All right? And it happens. If you're trading multiple tickers, it happens. But the one thing that I do like is I didn't force anything out of that energy. Because that happened, I didn't say, hey, you know what, let me go do this randomly. Okay, so always look for things to improve, even if there's nothing to improve. Okay, if you think there's nothing to improve, you're not looking hard enough. All right, on that note, guys, truly, George, thank you so much for everything you do on YouTube. I've been here almost a month, and knowledge has increased exponentially from watching your moves and breaking down. God bless you. God bless you too. Kona, if I'm saying your name right. All right. Again, for the folks who are looking to join the community, kick off next week, fresh start, jump in our community, take advantage of the resources, the tools. All right. Use the code TRIAL30. If you want to get Shockwave 15 for next week, get Shockwave 15. It's available. Scan the code. Next week, the new price will come up for Shockwave 15. Will still be available, but the lifetime access price is not going to come back. All right. So for the ones who did take advantage and lock in Shockwave, your goal is to get the golden goose. The golden goose just means, all right, you got your ROI already. All right, you got your ROI already. Okay, whatever resources you put, okay, whatever resources you allocated, there has to be an output. Okay, there has to be output. How long it takes, okay, that can vary. But a lot of our traders are already at golden goose status. So they made the purchase, and then now they covered the cost, and then now they're on this side. Okay, so same thing with the community, same thing with everything. Right? The whole point is to go above and beyond the expectation. To go above and beyond the standard from the community standpoint. All right, guys. So again, sorry for name ESL. Okay, no problem. ESL. All right, so make sure to like and make sure to subscribe. Do we have 100 likes? If we do, we'll do the giveaway, and then we'll look to wrap up. So let me take a look here. If we do have the 100 likes, if we do, we'll do the giveaway. Next week, guys, we got to try to crack that 150-200. All right, we didn't do a giveaway all week. So let's get 3 more likes and we'll do a giveaway here. 3 more likes, we'll do a giveaway, and we'll wrap things up. 3 more likes. An ATH again, I think, is done for the week. No power hour either. A little up on a prompt. Round and scale down Monday, Friday from now. Absolutely, guys. Monday, Friday, good time to scale down. Monday, you're feeling the temperature. Okay, Friday, you're protecting yourself. All right. Friday, you're just saying, hey, you know what? The other side, meaning if Friday, it's like if your worst day is Wednesday, right? If you're gonna have a bad day, I would argue it's better to have it in the middle of the week rather than Friday, because Friday, right, it's gonna leave a bad taste in your mouth going into the weekend. Now you have 2 days. So if you don't have the right things in place to quickly bounce back and to frame your losses, right, that can really lead to an aggressive style of trading on Monday if you're not fully over what took place on Friday. As opposed to if you made some mistakes on Wednesday, you can course correct on Thursday, and then you can continue on Friday. Right, so that's why Fridays, I like to size down on those Fridays, and I recommend doing that. Okay? Okay, guys, we'll do the end of the week poll. Okay. Let us know how you did. Completely voluntary. I'll leave this up for 24 hours. Okay, weekly, end of the week poll. All right. Okay. All right, put your names in the chat, guys. We'll do the giveaway here. Put your names in the chat. We will do the giveaway. We'll give you about 4 minutes until 1:45 to put your names in. If you do win the giveaway, you'll have access to the Getting Started Day Trading course, and for the members, you'll have access to the upcoming boot camp. Okay. So this is what's at stake on YouTube, guys. Okay, you'll have access to the course, this course here. The Getting Started Day Trading course, you'll have access to it here. I'll be giving that away. All right, so keep putting your names in the chat. We'll give it until 1:45. We'll draw, and then we'll wrap it up. Nice little shift grab there. Okay. Okay. I'll start taking some names. We got Jake R. We got Lynn. We got Jen. We got DY. Okay, nice little sweep there. Sweep those highs. Okay. I headed towards 7:37.11. We got Lily, Colin, Judith. All right, you two folks, if you're just jumping in, you came right at the perfect time. Okay, I'll start collecting your names. Okay. I got the names all the way until Judith, Lily, Colin, Judith, so all the way to Lily. Okay, folks on YouTube, we got take some names here. We got Eric B. Good afternoon, Eric B. We got Nicole. We got Smitty. We got Stan. Stan Robinson. We got Stan Robinson. We got. Okay, looks like we got a George in the chat. It's a great name. All right, so I'll give you a minute or so, and then we'll do the giveaway. We'll spin the wheel. It's been a giveaway drought, I know. Carlos. So giveaways are available every day. John G. Okay, up to speed on Discord. Let's see on Google Meets. Riri, Monty. Carlos, we got Arnie. Okay. So we got a good handful of names. Any other one want to jump in? All you got to do is put your name in. So I got all the names on YouTube until Arnie. I got all the names in the Discord up until John G. And I got all the names in the Google Meets until Riri. All right, going once. Casey. Okay, Casey. I typed Casey in the chat by accident. I meant to type it in here, so disregard that. We got Brian. We got Brian B. All right, going once. Going twice. All right, let's spin the wheel. The winner today is, keep a close eye on Spy here. The winner is, see if George wins. John G. John G, congratulations, John G. So John G, send me a message in the Discord. You have a free ticket to the boot camp. John G, congratulations, you're already on the group. All right, so send me a DM, a private DM. Okay, I got the boot camp. Should be ticket, not ticker. All right. Any questions, guys? If not, we'll look to wrap it up here. As always, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you guys on Stocks After Dark. So again, Stocks After Dark is available to our strikers, 7:30 p.m. on Sunday, and YouTube members. So on Sunday night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, we'll be going live on YouTube, members only, and Spy Strikers. So during that time, we will be going over what took place last week, what we got going on next week. We'll cover some names, some ideas, some Q&A, and of course, ticker requests. And if you have anything to share with the group, you can feel free to share at that time as well. All right, on that note, guys, thank you for tuning in. Folks on YouTube, as always, channel supporters, I appreciate the support. Have a great weekend. Stay safe over the weekend. Make sure to improve a couple of things over the weekend. Okay, do more of the things you did right. I know it's very simple. It sounds cliche, but if you really do it with intention, it will make a tremendous difference in the long run. All right, so make sure you do those things. Come back on Monday. Look to learn. Look to put your best foot forward. Look to follow your rules, trade your setups, and if you can do those things, you can live with the results on Friday. Win, lose, or draw. All right, because that's what a system is, right? Controlling the controllables, doing the things you do every day, following your plan, following your system, and win, lose, or draw end of the week, you can live with the results. If you can do that 9 out of 10 times, if you do that for 10 weeks straight, right, there's a good chance 6 to 7 weeks, right, you'll be very, very prosperous. And those 3 weeks, all right, maybe you'll have a couple of hiccups, be flat, break even, or a little bit red. All right, so you don't have to be perfect to be a good trader. The days when things are not working out, keep it to a minimum. So you can just survive long enough on days where things are working out that you can really take advantage of the appreciation. Okay? On that note, guys, thank you for tuning in as always. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. If you're looking to join the community, scan the QR code up top. Use the code TRIAL30 if you want to get your hands on Shockwave, as the early bird special does end today. I'll leave it up until Saturday. Saturday night, I'll do this update on the site, and that price will no longer be there. If you do plan to purchase it, right, you just can't make it within the next couple of days, send me a DM. Send me a DM, and I'll keep you in mind. Okay, I'll keep that link in mind for you. But once that change happens, guys, okay, it's gonna happen. That's gonna be a permanent change. All right. On that note, thank you for tuning in as always. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.